Good afternoon, Senators. This is the afternoon session of the Senate meeting of the 19th of June 2024. And prior to the lunch break, we were debating the appropriation of revenue account expenses 2024-2025 bill for 2004. I presume that we are now ready to continue. As many? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Maxine Seymour.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, a lot has happened since we last met. Within our political party, the Free National Movement, we've held a leadership race, a successful leadership race. Democracy was alive in our organization, and led by my good Senate colleague here, who I must commend, Senator Barnett Ellis, our voting process went off without a hitch. And our leader at the time returned as our leader, and that would be the Member of Parliament for Marco City, and the leader of the opposition, the Honorable Michael C. Pintard, who I'd like to commend, along with our Deputy Leader, Chairman Dr. Sands, Secretary General Sir Fent Roll, and all other executives of our party who would have been elected during that particular leadership convention. And so we're looking forward, Madam President, to much greatness in the future as we prepare in the lead up for the next election and to form the next government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas within 2 years.
Yes, maybe less.
Madam President, as we would have heard, so many persons came out during that leadership race and they worked hard for Pintard, campaigning and supporting him outwardly and getting others to do the same. And Madam President, one of those such persons is our former leader and Prime Minister, the Honorable Hubert Alexander Ingram, who at this time is not feeling 100%. And so like you and the good minister, I'd too like to send out my thoughts and prayers to him as he recovers. Madam President, since we last met, we also lost a few giants actually across our party, but I'd like to recognize two in particular at this time and extend sympathies to the family of MCM Cedric Parker, KC, and to Sir Cyril Fountain, KTR, the former Chief Justice and a parliamentarian as well, to their families. May they both rest in peace and rise in glory. Madam President, as I stand to contribute to this budget debate, 2024-2025, and we look at the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure, and we go through, Madam President, the plans for the next year from a fiscal perspective for our Commonwealth. Madam President, I'm happy when I hear about status quo, that finally, 1,007 days into this administration, they realize that the New Day status quo is absolutely not working for the ordinary people of the Bahamas. Madam President, in my opinion, the status quo that they've established has only been working for the friends, lovers, and cronies associated with their party. And the challenge is that I am not convinced that this budget will change the status quo for everyday Bahamians. But I must admit, like all of their PR, status quo is a good catchphrase, and I imagine that somewhere in an office, and Madam President, I don't know how it's set up, okay, because it's so heavily staffed, it might be set up like a call center, or maybe even like a sweatshop, but somewhere in that room full of marketing and PR professionals, some of them from local media, because we know that the industry has had to recruit new talent since this administration took over. But somewhere over the rainbow, they came up with a list of good catchphrases for this budget. And perhaps they polled the caucus. My colleagues could tell me maybe they sent out a WhatsApp or Outlook poll or used some other tool and somehow status quo won over the others. But it's just words, Madam President, mere words, catchy words. The New Day status quo that needs to change is the one where we have leaders who refuse to take responsibility, and instead of blaming the previous administration on a time in global history where the whole world was at a standstill, that they actually decide that, you know what, it's been 2.5 years. It's finally time that we man up and woman up and take responsibility. Because it's important to teach our children, Madam President, in this country, to take responsibility for their actions and for their faults, and also to give credit to others for shared success. So changing the status quo would be good if they change the status quo of playing politics. Madam President, the status quo on the streets is a time of difficulty, economic hardship, and stress. The people ain't feeling this prosperity they talk about, Madam President. It ain't trickling down. So changing the status quo would mean to hire less consultants, to take less flights, to deliver on the orange economy, not to cut the budget of the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture, or the budget to maintain roads, bridges, and drains. Can you imagine that? Increase the social assistance line in the budget. Get the shelter open. Change the status quo we have all come to accept. It's the MO of this New Day administration, where they cut ribbons, break ground, and make announcements, but don't realize the promises. They are the so sad, not done crew, Madam President. I'm happy that they've decided to change the status quo, but I'm not convinced that this budget reflects that for the ordinary Bahamians. Now, the status quo is changing for some, Madam President. They are changing the status quo in terms of how the Prime Minister of the Bahamas flies around the Bahamas. You see, Madam President, based on the status quo, PMs used to travel the archipelago on commercial flights or by charters, supporting local airlines, walking through the main airport, greeting citizens, residents, and visitors, sitting in the general waiting area of the domestic terminal with ordinary Bahamians, Madam President, hearing their concerns. But no way. That's the status quo, and this administration has decided that it has to change. It may have been good enough for Pinley and Ingram and Christie and Minnis, but there is no way that Prime Minister Davis is maintaining that status quo. Not after clocking countless miles and spending millions traveling the world in the past few years. Not after becoming accustomed to certain luxuries provided by taxpayers. No. He found $2.5 million in this budget to buy himself a plane. So when he makes his occasional appearances in country, he can hop to this island or the next at will without being bothered by ordinary citizens in the commercial areas at LPIA.
That's just not true.
Madam President, I think that during one of his many trips, our PM may have been in conversation with others who asked him what model is his plane. And he likely said, I'll get back to you on that. You know, he's good at deferring, while dialing home to tell them to get on it forthwith. After all, Madam President, there's no way that he could drive to the airport in his BMW and hop on Bahamas Air or Western Air or Pineapple Air or Lee Air. I mean, come on, that's the status quo. That's for previous administrations. And he's determined to change the status quo in that regard. And so they carved out $2.5 million.
Senator,
Yes, ma'am.
would you by chance happens to have your rule book with you?
I do. Oh, you can tell me what.
I'm referring you to page 29, Rule 31, subsection 20, starting with 19. Reference shall not be made in the debate to the character or conduct of any person except in his official capacity. Any senator who desires to refer in debate in the Senate or in any committee to the character or conduct of any person in his official capacity shall deliver to the President written prior notice of the proposed reference. The notice shall be set out in the facts, which shall reference and will be based and should have been signed by the senator giving it. Okay? Now, you have elaborated for quite some time on the character and conduct of a member in its official capacity. And you have not given me notice with that respect. So I'm going to No, you're going beyond that. You're going beyond that. Okay, you said it's in the budget, right?
Correct.
You mentioned it, the fact that this is in the budget, which
Correct.
I accept,
Correct.
although I haven't seen it. Okay? I'm accepting what you said.
Ministry of Finance.
All right? I'm taking your good advice on that. But you're going a bit further. And you're referring to the character and to the motives, right? And so I'm going to use I'm using my authority
Madam President.
under section 71(1), and I'm going to have all of those comments withdrawn. And I'm going to ask you not to refer to them.
Okay, Madam.
And that, if you want to talk about the plane and how much in the budget, that's fine. But you're going a step further.
Okay.
All right?
Madam President, I just want to be clear. The Prime Minister, Philip Edward Davis, is the Minister of Finance. And according to this budget, that there can be no purchase made without his clear approval and consent. That's what the beginning of this budget said. No expenditure can be incurred, nothing can happen without him. And it has his name at the bottom. $2.5 million has been allotted for the purchase of a plane. And in his capacity as the Minister of Finance, that had to have been approved by Prime Minister Davis. And that is what I'm referring to. This book
No.
says that no purchase can be made without the Minister of Finance.
Senator Seymour. Senator Seymour, we are not.
So he won't write on it?
Senator Seymour.
I
Senator
didn't say it
Seymour.
was for him. I never said it was for him.
Senator Seymour. That's
Never
not
said it was for him.
the issue.
Correct.
Senator Seymour, the issue here is
Madam President.
all of the, and I don't want to get into the debate,
But I'm
right?
saying, it's
No,
not-
listen to the president. Listen to the president,
Turns
please.
upon?
Listen to the
Go on,
president,
Madam
please.
President.
The issue at hand here is that you're referring to the character and the conduct without getting prior approval. Because you're saying that the prime minister will not be doing certain things because he has a plane. He will be doing.
I said he won't.
It's the
Well, why
same
would
thing,
he
isn't
if
it?
there's a plane?
Anyway,
Look-
I am not. We're not going to get into this anymore. If order is struck, please proceed with your contribution. Thank you.
Madam President, there's $2.5 million carved out in this budget, Madam President, for the purchase of a plane. And that is shifting the status quo because as far as I am aware, Madam President, the government of the country has not purchased a plane before now for the use of the government of the country. And so I could be wrong, and somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not know about a plane being purchased at $2.5 million for use by the government of the country. And Madam President, I want to make one thing clear, that based on this book, nobody in this country could do anything and make any expense without the approval of the Minister of Finance, who currently is the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and that's Prime Minister Philip Edward Davis. That's what this book says, right in the preface, that everything done, expenditures made, have to be approved by the Prime Minister. So I can only assume he knows about the plane.
Just
What did I say now?
yield for 1 second, please.
The good
Senator Duncombe, nature of your interruption,
I really
please.
don't want to interrupt her, but she's misleading the public. I get concerned when we have someone in this House saying that the Prime Minister was asked by someone what type plane he has, and he said,
Said he was likely out?
he-
I can imagine what happens in conversation. He said
Thank you. Senator
you're
Duncombe.
misleading the public. You're saying she's misleading the public, saying that the Prime Minister blew the person off, and she's tarnishing his character, and I would stand for that.
Yes, and
And
that's
it's
why.
removed from the record.
Yes.
We're not talking about the allocation in the budget for the plane. My concern is
so many comments here about things
that we
that you say that our
cannot
leader said
stand
was
up in
You don't
this
have a plan.
place
You don't have whatever.
and then go and
The
talk
rules are
about
not being
the
acted
Prime
upon.
Minister of this
You're
country's
not
character.
accurately. I didn't talk about his
Yes, you did.
character.
Okay,
I
thank you.
never did.
You clearly,
I never talked about his character.
Mr. President, you get my
Never
point.
talked about
Yes, I
Thank
did.
you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Never talked about his character.
Thank
I
you.
never
Thank you,
talked about
Senator
his character.
Duncan. Senator.
I
Senator
never talked
Seymour.
about his character. And it's official
Senator
capacity.
Seymour, allow me to speak, please, Senator Seymour.
Go ahead, Madam President. It's your
I'm just,
Senate.
He's the prime minister, you can speak, but a minister.
That's what I'm aware of in the
excuse me,
rules.
order, order,
In his capacity, that's what it says as
order,
minister.
order. Senator Seymour, can you please proceed with your contribution? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
It's a different thing.
So just
one can stop
to
you from
restate, and first, in case no one got it, there's been $2.5 million allocated in this budget to purchase a plane. The budget comes under the remit of the Ministry of Finance, and the Prime Minister of the country serves as the Minister of Finance. And so no plane can be purchased or budgeted for without his express consent, because he has remit over the budget of this country, of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Every dollar allotted for in this book, every dollar that they have for something in this book, whether it's $1 to buy a paper cup to put water in, or whether it's a jet, Madam President, the Minister of Finance is the one who has to approve it. He's the one who's in charge. He's the one who has to make the decision. It says it right here in the book. So let's be very clear. The book says that all of anything that's done, anything to do with this book, has to come from the Prime Minister and has to be approved by the Prime Minister for the information of all those responsible for the expenditure of public funds. Number one, no expenditure can be incurred even though it is provided for in the estimates, except on the authority of the Minister of Finance in accordance with Section 131 of the Constitution. No money is to be spent for the purposes intended by the legislature and so indicated in the title of the head and item concerned. In no circumstances should any vote or allocation be overexpended without prior authority. All purchase orders, whether for materials or services, must be approved by the appropriate authority for the head for the commitment before placement with suppliers. Heads of ministries and departments will receive every month a statement from the Treasury which will show the status of expenditure and commitments against each item. This is signed by the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. And the plane is budgeted under the Ministry of Finance. And I was speaking about the Minister of Finance, which is allowed in the rules. But nonetheless, Madam President, they're changing the status quo on fiscal prudence, openness, and transparency, especially on public-private partnerships. The status quo should be to abide by the PPP policy of the government of the Bahamas and follow the Public Procurement Act. This administration said we have to change the status quo. No one needs to know about the PPPs for major infrastructure. Upload some things to the portal, but the major things don't seem to get sent out to bid. Why get a loan and register debt when you could call it a PPP? Who needs transparency when we can change that status quo and keep it on the down low? Nobody has to know. Ministry of Youth, the budget is down, but consultants and travel are up. Talk about changing the status quo, Madam President. You just can't make this stuff up. On the one hand, this administration has made multiple decisions unilaterally, snubbing the local experts and established organizations, continuously accused of not consulting. They didn't consult the Retail Grocers Association of the Bahamas, nor the Bahamas Pharmaceutical Association on the proposed changes to the price control list. They didn't consult the unions on pay changes, didn't consult the medical professionals on the new hospital. The list can go on and on. ORG has even said that they could benefit from more transparency and accountability. However, the same administration is determined to continue to spend millions and millions and millions of dollars from the public treasury on consultants. Make it make sense. Increasing that line item by $7 million in this budget. What a joke. When it's time to make major decisions, they have consistently ignored the bright Bahamian minds. Yet they are increasing the budget for consultants by $7 million to $27 million. Shame on them, Madam President. Madam President, health is wealth. The high incidence of non-communicable diseases in our country requires urgent attention. This is why it was somewhat encouraging to see $1.5 million allocated in the last budget for a health and wellness program. And it did the job, Madam President. It got everyone's attention, helped make headlines, and gave the appearance that something would be done. Yet the ministry only managed to spend 13% of that budget. 13%. They promised to take $1.5 million to help make us all better, to increase our life expectancy, to ensure that one less Bahamian gets diabetes or hypertension. That $1.5 million on that health and wellness program was not spent up to March. But $1.5 million was spent on air travel outside the country within the first 9 months. Count salad priorities, Madam President. So instead of educating people on the importance of healthy eating, exercising, limiting alcoholic intake, and other lifestyle changes that could change the status quo on health and wellness and improve the quality of life for our people, half of the administration was traveling, and I assume that the health ministry was too occupied with land deals to move the health and wellness program forward. Maybe health could have helped social services find the shelter sooner, since they were focused on real estate. And from the town hall meetings and environmental assessments for the new hospital, it would seem that they didn't do a very good job. But it still may have been better than the fourplex for $500,000 that has been sourced by the good Minister of Social Services. Because in this current real estate market, I can't imagine what size that is or where it is located. Madam President, we need to change the status quo on financial literacy, help our people manage their resources more effectively. Last budget, this government carved out funds for consumer credit counseling, but did not spend any in the first 3 quarters, and now they've cut that allotment in half. Another instance of so sad, not done. $0 towards consumer credit counseling, which may have even helped to change the status quo on inflation, a status quo that matters. This so sad, not done administration likes to talk about how much of this they have attracted and approved. They like to cut ribbons, put shovels in the ground, hold press conferences to make big announcements, but they say it and don't do it. Just as with the Small Business Development Center. This is why I am concerned that less than a quarter of the funds allocated in the last budget was spent. We all know that in the Bahamas, investing in small business is essential because they are the backbone of our local economy and the heart of our communities. These enterprises create jobs, Madam President. The government can't hire everyone. Major hotels can't hire everyone. And often in sectors that are crucial to Bahamian culture. So they have small businesses in tourism, fishing, crafts. By supporting small businesses, the government can stabilize our economy, help stabilize our economy, promote resilience against economic downturns, and ensure more Bahamians have opportunities right here at home. This kind of investment keeps communities vibrant across our island, making sure every Bahamian has a fair chance to contribute to our nation's prosperity. Yet of the funds allocated, just 25% was spent in the first 3 quarters. My. What was the holdup with all the great ideas out there that need funding? Madam President, that's completely unacceptable. This so sad, not done administration said they were going to change the status quo on land ownership with their rent-to-own program. Yet, even after making the big $3.5 million announcement, now remember what I said, they like to cut ribbons, put shovels in the ground, and make announcements, but not to put their promises into action. That is why in the first 3 quarters, they spent a mere $200,000 from their $3.5 million rent-to-own budget. So sad, not done. See, they already made the headlines, and so it's really no need to rush or be accountable or get it done, but shame on them. Shame. All this talk, Madam President, about climate change, and this administration fooled us all when they budgeted $1 million for hurricane precautions the last time around. Mind you, I have already seen it with the women's shelter and so many other things. So same script, different cast. But hurricane precautions, just because there's a budget allocation or something is announced or the shovel is put in the ground or the ribbon is cut, does not mean that anything will actually get done, Madam President. All it means is that they will make the news and the PR team pat themselves on the back for ensuring that the photographers capture the leader's good side. Yes, sir, absolutely. And Madam President, the last budget, and after Dorian and with all the talk on climate change, knowing we are at risk, I figured that maybe, just maybe, they would actually spend $1 million on hurricane precautions. But yet again, so sad, not done. $0 for the first 3 quarters, and that included the Atlantic hurricane season. Just so we are clear, this administration spent $0 on hurricane precautions in last July, last year, 0 in August, 0 in September, 0 in October, 0 in November, 0 in December on hurricane precautions, 0 in January of this year, 0 in February, 0 in March, although the season was just about upon us again. My. Shame, shame on them. And this is simply because they have conch salad priorities and nothing else. And the Bahamian people, we the conch. They like to make these announcements and get unsuspecting people to believe there's hope and help. But just like so many other things, so sad, not done. We need to change the status quo on thinking that climate change preparation, prevention, and even publicity is only for foreign countries and start to look within. How could they spend $0 on hurricane precautions when they could have and should have spent the full $1 million or even asked for an overrun? This is unconscionable, Madam President. Madam President, when this administration took over, they grabbed a palette of paint and immediately started splashing colors all over the economy. They talked about the orange economy. They talked about the blue economy. They talked about the green economy. Madam President, they have this way of making announcements, like I said, putting shovels in the ground, cutting ribbons, putting budget allocations in place, and leaving us with their same, so sad, not done approach to things. I thought they were going to change the status quo for creatives, for local artists and entertainers. I thought they would be straight. But we know it ain't so. Just look at the money budgeted for the Performing Arts Center. It's still sitting right there after 9 months with less than $50,000 out of the $1 million spent on the Performing Arts School. Worst off, to add insult to injury for their orange economy, tourism, Madam President, with its more than $130 million budget, insulted our local artists by launching a song competition. Tourism is everyone's business, with a top prize of a mere $5,000. That's how they treat Bahamian musicians. My. Shame on them. In 2014, 10 years ago, Bahamian entertainers were offered $20,000 as the top prize for the Bahamas Carnival Song Competition. Even if tourism didn't account for inflation and stuck with the $20,000, that would be better than mere $5,000, 25% of that amount. Bahamian recording artist Ternille Tadar Burrows recently called them out on this. And they had the nerve to reply, basically saying that the winner will have the opportunity for exposure. Seriously? Is that how we treat with intellectual property? Is that how tourism approaches its international marketing agencies and other partners around the world with in-kind arrangements, below market cash investments, but they get to say that they do work for the islands of the Bahamas? What in the world? Put some respect on it. The money is there, invested in Bahamian talent, and don't insult them. They have to pay for studio time to get a track built. You want a whole song for $5,000? Tourism is everyone's business, all right. It's our business because it's our money, and you can give a little more to our artists who work hard to perfect their skills. I cry shame on my good cousin from Exuma. Madam President, I turn my attention to social services. Social services is a ministry that requires more than just any minister. Madam President, social services in general cannot be about just being in cabinet or filling a role. A social services minister has to be prepared to make a real difference in the lives of people, the elderly, persons with disabilities, children in group homes, and others that are served by that ministry. Madam President, whoever serves as the minister needs to be a pillar of empathy and understanding, with a heart big enough to feel for every individual they serve. This is someone who walks into the job every day ready to tackle tough challenges with a blend of kindness and resolve. They must deeply understand the unique struggles that many families and individuals across our communities face. Because, Madam President, their decisions affect lives. So they need to be approachable, a good listener, and a steadfast advocate for those in need. Madam President, from what I hear, the status quo as it relates to social service is concerning. If you want to change the status quo, get us our shelter. Another case of delay. No funds spent on the shelter in the first 9 months. The minister now says that the purchase will be made by month's end. So perhaps my honorable colleague over there can tell us whether or not a request has been submitted for payment, because June 30 is just 11 days away. And we all know that the wheels in government don't always turn so swiftly. So are we really going to have the shelter in 11 days? Where is the shelter? Change the status quo of empty promises and little action. Change the status quo of so sad, not done. Let me make this clear, Madam President. Rushing to buy a fourplex is not the same as securing a shelter. A shelter is not just a building. It must meet practical needs, like 24-hour security to ensure the safety of all residents. It should offer essential medical and counseling services. Legal advice should be readily available to help women navigate the complexities of their situations. Whether it's filing restraining orders or working through custody issues. Employment training programs can equip women with the skills needed to gain independence. The shelter should also have a supportive and knowledgeable staff trained in trauma to help residents not just survive, but start to rebuild their lives with dignity and respect. So now tell us, how will this be done at a fourplex? How many persons will that $500,000 fourplex hold? How long will they be able to reside there? Where will the resident staff dwell? Does the landowner have any more of those $500,000 fourplex? Because at that rate, assuming that this is a solid building in a secure area, I think that we should all consider purchasing one. Madam President, this administration needs to change the status quo of empty promises and little action. Change the status quo of so sad, not done. Let me make it clear. Like I said, a fourplex is not a shelter, not in its state purchased. Madam President, we need to change the status quo by hiring less consultants, taking less flights, and delivering on the orange economy. We have to stop just cutting ribbons and breaking ground and making announcements, all for show. Madam President, they're changing the status quo, all right? Because instead of rushing to make payments to charitable organizations that work hard to help upkeep the social fabric of our country, they need the money, Madam President. These organizations need the money. So how do you explain a whole 9-month period of a budget year and not $1, not even one single dollar paid out to Ranfley Homes for Children or the Salvation Army School for the Blind? Can you imagine, Madam President, that this government decided that from July last year, that's July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, that they decided that the most vulnerable children who live in group homes, the visually impaired, that they didn't need to, that not being given money that was allotted for them. Clearly, Madam President, someone at Social Services is out to lunch. Maybe they only realized when they prepared the budget that funds were allocated but not dispersed within the first 3 quarters of the budget cycle. Either out to lunch or on bed rest. How else do you explain a whole government ministry, the ministry responsible for persons with disabilities, for children, for the elderly, deciding for 9 months to twiddle their thumbs, Madam President? Must have been laying back and waiting on some egg to hatch. They already approved the money. The money is in the budget. It's approved. The spend is approved. And so in terms of assisting with the needs of these nonprofit organizations that keep our society going, how could they just leave the money sitting there month after month after month, just sitting there, Madam President? It takes more than 9 months to get money to the people who need it most. 9 whole months. Madam President, how do you explain the minister in his capacity every single day for almost 300 days showing up to work along with other senior leadership and not as much as writing a check for these people? The money is already there, Madam President. All it takes is someone to either fill out a simple payment request form or send an email over to the Ministry of Finance. From last November, women's groups said they can't seem to get a meeting with the Minister of Social Services, although they've tried. They said, Women United, I can table the article if you'd like. They said they can't get a meeting, and I'm not surprised, Madam President, because I have written to Social Services as the shadow minister. You know when I wrote? I didn't write yesterday or last week. I wrote from last year, and I followed up, and I copied the minister. And Madam President, they haven't had the courtesy to reply. And so I'm not surprised that they couldn't make time to meet with the women's group. I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised that it took 9 months and they couldn't write the check to Ranfully or to the Salvation Army School for the Blind. I'm not surprised at all, Madam President. I'm not surprised that the shelter had to keep getting put off and put off and put off. Well, now they said they rushed to purchase something. We'll wait and see. Madam President, is social services a priority for this government? Because the social assistance budget has not been increased. How could they feel good giving $92 to an elderly person in a month to assist? What could $92 buy, Madam President? That must be the tip for the packer. Because in good conscience, what are you saying? Get a couple of cans of Ensure to hold you over for the month and some crackers? Madam President, a month is 30 days, you know. And that person, how are they supposed to make it on $92? Yet, no increase for the social assistance line of the budget. Madam President, no money yet for Ranfully Homes for Children. None for the Salvation Army School for the Blind. It's only a mere $11,000. And get this, Madam President, why didn't the Salvation Army get their measly $770 for Christmas cheer? You mean Christmas come and gone and social services didn't get around to it? Well, our ship has sailed because Christmas already gone, so no use crying over spilled milk. The Columbus House for Girls, they ain't got their money either, Madam President, in Bahamian vernacular. And shame on this administration. Well, we know they can't come up with a shelter, like I said, but why not disperse funds for the girls so women and girls don't count? But not to worry, the boys don't seem to count either, because the Columbus House for Boys in Grand Bahama didn't get their money either, nor PACE in Grand Bahama. Just check the budget. It's there. $0 for the 9-month period. Not paid. It's right there, Madam President. And REACH didn't get theirs either. REACH didn't get it. All the work they do with those awesome people, persons on the spectrum, and there are more people on the spectrum in this country, I'm convinced, than are even diagnosed. And why wouldn't we give REACH the money for 9 whole months? Why would the money just be sitting there and $0 spent out? Come on. From July last year to now? Madam President, if they want to change the status quo, they need to change the status quo for motorists who need to purchase tires and repair cars regularly because of these roads. So how then do you justify reducing road maintenance by $7 million? Like, seriously. The shocks must be working good on BMWs, but I don't drive one. Madam President, can't you feel the potholes? Can't you feel the potholes, or do they not take the same route to Cabinet as I do, and that the ordinary Bahamians on this island take? I guess they needed that $7 million from Ministry of Works to add to the consultant budget. Maybe that's where they got it from. Madam President, it's only so much money, so they have to take it from one pocket to put it in the other. That's simple. That's all I assume. So they decided they needed to hire more consultants, and I don't know what happened in that particular cabinet meeting, but here it is now. Someone must be didn't speak up, and they said don't worry about it, and maybe because they drive public cars paid for by the public purse, so maybe they don't know what it is to be impacted by these below par roads like every other driver. And don't let it rain. God help us. So $7 million less for roads and maintenance and bridges, but $7 million more for consultants. Boy, I guess they didn't have to have their wheels aligned. Madam President, I don't know about you, and I'm not knocking whoever might be doing it, but I know I'm not going on Amazon today to purchase a drone or even necessarily to order CMOS. But Madam President, these are the duty relief items, which is good, which is very good. And whoever has a drone in their shopping cart on Amazon, it's good, along with some CMOS. But Madam President, a new day, we need to take CMOS. You could bring some in duty free if you'd like some, Senator. Okay? So Madam President, you know, here it is now, Madam President, the everyday behemoths. If you want to impact their lives, take the duty off of something that matters, like tires, to make up for the $7 million you took off of the road maintenance. Then we could maybe buy new tires, because we can't drive drones. Madam President, make the decisions count for ordinary taxpayers who are struggling. Interestingly enough, Madam President, and I admit, years ago, maybe 5 years ago, we upgraded all the smoke detectors in our house, installed a fire extinguisher. It's important. But for people who have to make ends meet and pay VAT on breadbasket items, they may not be in a hurry to purchase a fire extinguisher without duty. And so again, we thank the administration for taking the duty of fire extinguishers, but make it count for the ordinary people, Madam President. Make it count for the ordinary people. And just so you know, not just the CMOS and the drones and the fire extinguisher, but if you're traveling and you want to get some paper laundry detergent, you know, AKA dryer sheets, or digital camera parts, they duty free as well, Madam President. If we want to change the status quo in this country, let's change the status quo by prioritizing young people, not cutting back on the budget for Ministry of Youth. Let's change the status quo by making the Bahamas safer for little boys and girls to play in neighborhoods around our country. Let's change the status quo, Madam President, by prioritizing the needs of ordinary people, increasing social assistance benefits so that people can get more than $92 a month. Because we all know that can't buy nothing, not anything, not in these stores, not today. Madam President, let's change the status quo by making the people of this country a priority. Because $2.5 million approved by the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister for the purchase of a plane, when there are so many other needs across our society that need to be met, is unacceptable, Madam President. Let's change the status quo, but let's change it for the ordinary Bahamians. From Bimini, Madam President, from Grand Bahama in the north to Nagua in the south. Let's change, and every island in between. Let's change the status quo for those people, Madam President. God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, every island of the Bahamas, all of the people, the citizens, residents, and visitors to our island. And I hope and pray, Madam President, that election will soon be here, that we will soon be in government, and that our Pintard-led administration will change the status quo in a way that matters for the people of our Commonwealth. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Maxine Seymour, for your contribution. As many,
Yeah, Madam President.
the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michael Alcides.
Yes, Madam President. I didn't want to interrupt the senator, and she was in full flight, but I want to just shed some light on the issue of the aircraft that appears in the budget. The honorable member spoke very passionately about it, so Yes, that. I didn't want to interrupt the member while she was speaking, Madam President. But let me just read a release that came out from the Office of the Prime Minister concerning this. Yeah, it came out June 19th.
Today is June 19th, is that correct?
Yeah. The release is as such. The Office of the Prime Minister wishes to provide an update on a recent budget allocation and the use of an aircraft for travel to the Family Islands. The Royal Bahamas Police Force confiscated the aircraft in question and is now repurposing it for official government use. This decision was made to optimize resources and enhance the efficiency of government operations across our archipelago. The Government of the Bahamas, along with senior officials and technocrats, is required to travel frequently to various family islands, including those that do not have regular commercial flights. This ensures government services are accessible to all residents, regardless of their location within our extensive archipelago. This approach represents a cost-saving measure, significantly reducing the monthly expenses incurred by the government. In certain cases, technical teams and officials currently face delays of 2 to 3 days when discharging government services on remote family islands while waiting for commercial flights to return. These delays result in increased lodging fees and per diems. By using the repurposed aircraft, the government can avoid these additional costs and improve the efficiency of its operation. For a nation like the Bahamas, with a population spread across numerous islands, air travel remains the most effective and efficient means of transportation. As a growing independent country, the central government must adopt creative solutions to bridge logistical challenges. One such solution is repurposing seized assets and making them safely usable. The Royal Bahamas Police Force will also maintain, operate, and utilize the aircraft, ensuring its safety and reliability for government travel needs. So, Madam President, the point is, it's not an aircraft being purchased for the Prime Minister. It's an aircraft that has been confiscated. The funds are allocated to refurbish and repurpose the aircraft to make it fit for the use, and the $2.5 million that is allocated, as the Honourable Senator said, that is the maximum amount allocated, and so it's quite possible, hopefully, that we don't have to expend all of those funds into repurposing. But I just wanted to say that, Madam President, just because to shed some light, it's not a private aircraft for the Prime Minister to be able to travel and avoid the public. But as I just stated, Madam President, because we know the Prime Minister is a people's person. I mean, if he had the choice between going privately and rubbing shoulders, he would love that.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Michael Alcides.
I raised on a point of clarification. Yes, I do, because I'm the one who said it. Madam President, I just want to thank...
Order. I'll indulge the Senator.
Thank you,
Go
Madam
ahead,
President.
Senator.
And so, yes, indeed, I did talk about the $2.5 million that was allotted to an airplane, and I thank my good colleague for clarifying, or for at least explaining a statement that just came out today, reading it, and so I appreciate it, because I wouldn't have had that up until last night. But, Madam President, I don't know that it makes it better to know that $2.5 million of the public purse is going to be spent to refurbish an old airplane. I'm not any more comforted by that press statement.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable.
On a point of order?
Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Ryan Binder.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to correct the honorable member in her exuberance of her communication. She would have used a comparison that we should reduce duty on tires, right? When she was talking about duty rates. I might want to correct the minister. Duty rate on tires is already 0%, so it cannot be lowered any longer.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Ryan Binder.
0%.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Ryan Binder. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Randy Roll.
We thank him for his years of service to the country, and like I said, I wish him well. Madam President, I too did not want to get up and interrupt the good senator when she spoke, but the only thing I will say about that, Madam President, is that this administration does not run a tuck shop, Madam President. Measure once, cut twice. I say that to say we don't throw money around like we're in a club. And let's take a walk and talk old talk. How quickly some people forget, Madam President. I don't want to bring up the old band deal or the food program money,
That's right.
Madam President,
Right, but they exist, right?
or even the domes
That's right.
in Abaco,
My.
Madam President. So I'm going to leave that alone. But I'm just saying. Okay. Madam President, as we round out the year, grateful for the opportunity to stand before you this afternoon. I'm just going to go ahead and state the facts, Madam President. As I stand here on our 33rd month, 144th week, 1,014th day, and 24,346 hour of this new day administration, it is clear that we are headed in the right direction. The Davis administration, Madam President, has been working tirelessly to bring about positive change, and the results speak for themselves. We are headed, Madam President, in the right direction. And the progress we've made is undeniable. Look around you. Our communities are thriving. Our economy is growing stronger every day. Unemployment rates are at historic lows, and job opportunities are on the rise. This administration has created an environment where businesses can flourish and families can prosper. We are headed, Madam President, in the right direction. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Philip Edward Davis, we have seen significant improvements in our education system. Our children are receiving better education. Our teachers are better supported, and our schools are becoming centers of excellence. This investment in our future is a clear sign, Madam President, that we are headed in the right direction. Our infrastructures are being revitalized, with new roads and public facilities being built to support our growing population. These developments are not just about construction. These developments are not just about construction. They are about creating a better quality of life for all our citizens. Madam President, we are headed in the right direction. We are also seeing unprecedented advancements in healthcare. More people have access to affordable, high-quality healthcare than even before, especially under the NHI program. This administration has worked hard to ensure that no one is left behind. When it comes to health and their well-being, Madam President, I say again, we are headed in the right direction. Let's not forget the strides that we've made in environmental protection. Our commitment to sustainable practices and green energy solutions is paving the way for a cleaner and healthier planet. Madam President, I say again, we are headed in the right direction. Despite all this progress, there will always be naysayers. There will always be those who are never satisfied, no matter how much good we accomplish. They may be unhappy because of who's getting the job done. But they won't deter us. We are committed to our blueprint, and we will stay the course. We are headed in the right direction because we have a plan, Madam President, a vision and determination to see it through. This Davis administration is dedicated to building a better future for all of us. And we will continue to work hard every day to achieve our goals. Madam President, as we celebrate our achievements and look forward to even greater accomplishments, remember this: we are headed in the right direction. Together, we are making a nation stronger, more prosperous, and more united. The journey may not always be easy, Madam President, but with your support and unwavering leadership of Philip Edward Davis, we will continue to move forward. Madam President, I say again, we are headed in the right direction. In one of my previous contributions, I had a long list of this administration's accomplishments, separate and apart from the accolades I just noted. But in case some people like to play forget, the Davis administration has successfully negotiated the opening of new airport terminals. A new airport terminal in Bimini has already started, and the work has started already, Madam President. A new airport in Ragged Island. Groundbreaking for a new hospital in Grand Bahama. Yes, sir. 2 new cruise ports in Grand Bahama. A signed an MOU with Axim Bank. Yes, sir. Energy reform. Increasing national minimum wage. National honors. VAT was reduced. The relaunching of urban renewal. Yes, sir. Affordable housing. And solar power generation in the Family Islands. All of that. I want to give Grand Bahama its flowers and celebrate the remarkable island of Grand Bahama.
Go ahead, brother.
An island rich in heritage and resilience, yet one that doesn't often receive the recognition it rightfully deserves.
That's right.
Grand Bahama is more than just a destination, Madam President. It is a testament to the enduring spirit of vibrant culture of the Bahamian people.
That's right.
In Grand Bahama, we are headed in the right direction.
Yes, sir.
In recent years, Grand Bahama has emerged as the fastest growing destination within the Bahamas, boasting an impressive 43% overall increase in arrivals and a 31.8% surge in air travel. This remarkable growth is a testament of collective efforts. Madam President, in Grand Bahama, we are headed in the right direction.
Yes, sir.
Events and festivals have become frequent occurrence. We won over here. The community is alive with activities that bring us together and showcase our unique culture to the world. We are headed in the right direction. Across the island, buildings are either being demolished, constructed, refurbished, and reposed. The transformation is most evident at the airport. Domestic terminal has been restored and recommissioned. And as we speak, significant progress on the demolition of the international terminal to pave the way for a new state-of-the-art international airport.
That's right.
In Grand Bahama, we are headed in the right direction. Let's talk about some of Grand Bahama wins. Champion the passage of the Evidence Amendment Act. We're headed in the right direction. Extending the ZERS order twice. We're headed in the right direction. Introduce the Family Islands Development Encouragement Amendment and Validation Bill in 2023. In Grand Bahama, we're headed in the right direction. Collaborated with the Ministry of Tourism, Investment, and Aviation on global sales marketing missions. In Grand Bahama, we're still headed in the right direction. Engage with cruise lines to increase cruise calls. In Grand Bahama, again I say, we are headed in the right direction. We hosted major track and field events, including NACAC, putting Grand Bahama on the map as a premier sports destination. Let's continue to champion Grand Bahama, giving the recognition and the support it deserves. Together, we will build a brighter, more prosperous future for our island and our nation. Now, my good friend, the Minister of Pine Ridge, I applaud her for doing a good job along with my Senate colleagues, Senator Russell and Turner Roll. However, Minister Moxie pointed out that Grand Bahama is the gateway to the Caribbean. However, we all know where the gateway lies. Bimini is the gateway.
I want you to be careful.
Bahamas. Last week, the Deputy Prime Minister spoke about the Bahamas being on the rise. We are all on track for we are on track for another record-breaking year in tourism. Year-to-date figures for 2024 have exceeded all expectations, building on the momentum of previous years. From January to April 2024, foreign air and sea arrivals have increased by 12.4% compared to the same period in the record-setting 2023. This translates to more than 4 million visitors in 4 months. If this average holds,
12 million?
we anticipate a 20% increase year over year, or 12 million overall arrivals by year end. Madam President, we are headed in the right direction. This growth highlights our resilience and underscores the enduring allure of the Bahamas as a premier travel destination.
Yes.
The influx of tourists means more heads in beds, longer stopover durations, and increased spending, which translates to more money in everyone's pockets, from hotel staff to local business owners. For local Bahamians, this tourism boom creates benefits to taxi drivers, hair braiders, and tour companies experience increased demand, leading to higher incomes and better livelihoods. As tourists explore other islands like Grand Bahama, Abaco, and Eleuthera, local economies thrive, fostering community development and stability. The service-centric nature of tourism in the Bahamas ensures a trickle-down effect that benefits the broader economy. Increased tourism arrivals drive demand for various services, stimulating growth across multiple sectors. This includes restaurants, entertainment venues, and retail businesses, all of which see a surge in activity. International guests benefit from a well-regulated touristic product that observes best practices. Our diverse islands offer unique experiences, ensuring that visitors have memorable stays. The increase in extended stays indicates a strong preference for immersing in the Bahamian culture and enjoying the natural beauty of the islands. Sounds to me, Madam President, like we are headed in the right direction. Madam President, with strong partnerships, the surge in cruise tourism with a 14.8% increase from 2023 speaks to the successful partnerships forged with major cruise lines. This not only boasts visitor numbers, but also enhances the appeal of our ports of call, making the Bahamas a preferred destination for cruise travelers. Looking ahead, the Bahamas is poised for sustainable growth in tourism. Our strategic efforts to diversify and enhance our tourism offerings will continue to attract visitors. Investment in infrastructures and maintaining high standards in service deliveries will ensure the Bahamas remains a top choice for travelers worldwide. The benefits of tourism extend beyond immediate economic gains. The increased revenues allow for reinvestment in community projects, education, and healthcare, contributing to the overall national development. The growth in tourism creates a cycle where improved infrastructure and services attract even more visitors, further boosting the economy. The current trends in tourism, Madam President, and economic growth paint a promising picture for the Bahamas. The resilience and appeal of our islands and driving a record-breaking year with significant benefits for both locals and international guests. As we continue to deploy winning strategies and observe industry best practices, the Bahamas is well on its way to achieving sustainable economic prosperity and becoming an even more attractive destination for tourists around the globe. Sounds like a win to me because, Madam President, we are headed in the right direction. Madam President, the Bahamas is doing extraordinarily well in being a gauge as a location for film and television projects from around the world this fiscal year. This follows the success of Friends of the Bahamas Awards in September, where the Bahamas attracted 100 film industry leaders to honor outstanding film actor Tyrese Gibson, top Hollywood producer Will Packer, and film incentive guru Kasim Reed. Madam President, I have spoken to each of these men individually, and they have promised to help to build the film industry in Grand Bahama. We have had incredible feedback on this new award initiative. The Friends of the Bahamas Film Awards were first produced in September of last year in Atlanta. The awards was conceived as part of the Ministry of Tourism's overseas trade missions. During the event, the Ministry of Tourism, through its Film Commission, identified some of the most influential film producers in the Atlanta area. We reached out to them and invited them to get acquainted with the Bahamas film product. As a result of those awards, Madam President, producers from the most film cities in the world now know how easy it is to get to the Bahamas and how convenient it is to shoot in the Bahamas, and how they can access some of the most beautiful locations in the world. In addition, we have had interest from Heartbeat Films, which is owned by actor and producer Kevin Hart. After our Atlanta event, Madam President, he sent his top executives to the Bahamas to scout locations here for an upcoming feature film that one of Hollywood's most outstanding actors will star in.
That's because of your relationship.
Because of relationships. And we traveled to get there.
Former Consul General. Good job.
And, Madam President, we ensure that they were able to view locations on Grand Bahama, as well as Nassau Paradise Island. Notably, Madam President, Atlanta is also the location of one of the most famous film studios in the 21st century. So it's no coincidence that within 6 months of our Atlanta event, Madam President, let me say it slow, within 6 months of our Atlanta event, Madam President, we were speaking with heads of that studio about bringing a film project to the Bahamas. Madam President, in April of this year, the Bahamas landed an outstanding Atlanta-based film project. Tyler Perry Studios brought 106 cast and crew members to Nassau Paradise Island to film the scene of an upcoming Netflix film, Medea's Destination Wedding. After 6 months, Madam President. Among the assembled cast was David and Tamala Mann. Madam President, they are commonly known to audiences by their screen character names, the Browns.
Mr. Brown was in town.
The film also stars Taja Simpson, who is one of the stars of Tyler Perry's The Orville television show. And of course, Tyler Perry himself plays the title character of the film. In addition to the 106 cast and crew that traveled to Nassau Paradise Island, Madam President, from the United States, the project enlisted 259 Bahamians. The Bahamas was engaged in various roles, including key positions of a film project. These included Bahamians serving as production coordinators, assistant production coordinators, casting directors, set design manager, prop managers, actors, and extras. 259 Bahamians from that one visit, Madam President. The film will showcase iconic locations on Paradise Island. So in addition to the direct expenditure of the production in our destination, there is tremendous promotional value for the Bahamas from this film. Medea's Destination Wedding will be released on Netflix on a 2025 date that has yet to be announced.
I know you know the date, though.
The Bahamas hosted dozens of film television projects this calendar year, Madam President. But we are especially happy that we are getting quite a few featured films. In addition to the Medea's Destination Wedding, Madam President, in a few months, a feature film by the title Romaine will also be released. Romaine is another featured film that was shot in the Bahamas, Madam President, and it was filmed over a 2-week period in April and my Senator Tyrell Young, Long Island.
Wow.
The independent film is produced by a French-Canadian production company, All Around Sound. But wait, there's even more good news, Madam President. The Bahamas is the location of a third installment of a family film that was shot on location in Grand Bahama Island.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
The film is called Saving Bimini.
That's all right.
It is the third film in 8 years from Texas-based producer Derek Nixon. Mr. Nixon Films has produced Dolphin Kick and Dolphin Island on Grand Bahama Island over the years, and they have all been independently sold to global audiences, showcasing Grand Bahama and its local talent to the world. We are headed, Madam President, in the right direction. And guess what? There's even better news, Madam President. Madam President, the use of Bahamas as a location for feature film is still increasing popularity. The Bahamas Film and Television Commission is still in discussion with other productions wishing to film their features here. So we are doing everything possible to land additional feature films before the end of this calendar year. Finally, as part of the ongoing discussions with Netflix, the Bahamas will be included in Netflix internal library of global film locations. Madam President, let me repeat that, because I think people may have missed that. The Bahamas will be included in Netflix internal library of global film locations. The Bahamas Film and Television Commission has been working with Netflix location team all year. The Film Commission has provided a collection of Bahamian location photos and information to Netflix, which is streaming giant. The streaming giant has accepted. This means that whenever Netflix is producing a film for a tropical location, its producers will search those photos of the Bahamas to determine if the Bahamas has any land or sea features that may make it suitable for the Netflix film or television show to be shot here in the Bahamas. The Ministry of Tourism is now looking over the final release from this project. And once the Ministry of Tourism legal advisors are satisfied with the release, they will be signed and those location photos will go live on Netflix internal platform. Film and television are alive and well in the Bahamas, Madam President. And with the Bahamian creatives being able to now import various supplies at zero custom duties, it will only get stronger and stronger. Let's keep pushing forward with progress through planning, safety through action. Colleagues, we are headed in the right direction. This Davis administration is dedicated, focused attention to our city center. The product must meet the expectations of record numbers of visitors to our shores. We have evolved from sun, sand, and sea to sun, sand, sea, and success. With this in mind, I am proud and enthusiastic to share the remarkable progress and achievements of the Downtown Revitalization Unit within the Ministry of Tourism, Investment, and Aviation. As we gather here, both in person and through television, it's a perfect moment to reflect on the positive transformation occurring in Nassau, our city center. Our unit's vision captured in the mantra, empowering Nassau Renaissance, shaping a world-leading tourism hub, and nurturing the orange economy, is not just a lofty goal, but a tangible reality that we are actively shaping. Our commitment to creating a thriving, world-renowned destination in Nassau is evident in the multitude of planned, executed projects enhancing the vibrancy of our beloved city. Allow me to dive into the initiatives and projects led by the Downtown Revitalization Unit, each a testament of our unwavering dedication to progress and prosperity. First and foremost, we recognize the indispensable role of law enforcement officers in safeguarding our communities. By increasing the presence of police officers on the streets and investing in community policing initiatives, we are fostering stronger bonds between law enforcement agencies and the communities they serve, ensuring rapid intervention and creating a culture of trust, security, and cooperation. Moreover, connectivity, active listening, and opening communication with stakeholders, both local and international media, are an integral part of dispelling misconceptions and providing accurate information. Stakeholders have direct access to our unit, facilitating transparent dialogue and ensuring that endeavors align with community needs and aspirations. A long-standing downtown stakeholder recently noted on our WhatsApp group that we are headed in the right direction, highlighting our accomplishments so far, Madam President. One of our flagship projects, the pedestrian of Market Slope. The pedestrianization of Market Slope represents a paradigm shift in urban design, prioritizing people over vehicles and fostering vibrant, walkable streetscapes. In addition to traffic climbing measures and street furniture installation, we'll program the space with cultural events, pop-up markets, and outdoor performances to create a dynamic destination that attracts locals and tourists alike. And this will be headed by the Tourism Development Corporation. By reclaiming streets for pedestrians, we not only improve safety and accessibility, but also stimulate economic activity and social interaction in the heart of the downtown area. Another one of the flagship projects, Madam President, is the Junkanoo Beach Revitalization Project, a dedication to transforming and enhancing public spaces through a phased approach. We aim to create a vibrant, sustainable, and appealing beachfront destination that promotes tourism and economic growth while preserving the natural environment. As we move forward with our plans to enhance Junkanoo Beach, Madam President, I am thrilled to announce that we are including 2 new ADA restrooms in our development with the help of our stakeholders, Madam President, so this money does not even come from the public purse. We understand that everyone needs time away, and ensuring that our facilities are accessible to all is a key priority. Our grounds will be ADA-friendly design with inclusivity in mind to accommodate all visitors. Furthermore, we are considering the placement of beach access mats on the sand to ease the way for those who require mobility aids. This initiative will benefit both our residents and our countless tourists who visit our beautiful shores, ensuring that everyone can enjoy our natural and recreational resources within comfort and dignity. By making our communities more accessible, we are not only improving the quality of life for our residents, but we are also enhancing our appeal as a welcoming destination for visitors from all walks of life. The blueprint, Madam President, we are headed in the right direction. In addition to revitalizing Junkanoo Beach, regular landscape and maintenance service ensures that areas remain attractive and functional. We are improving waste management and beautifying public areas to create vibrant, welcoming environments for residents and visitors alike. Our focus on exclusivity extends to infrastructure enhancements, ensuring accessibilities for individuals with disabilities, and advocating for environment conversions. In our commitment to cleanliness and hygiene, we are introducing 60 additional garbage bins, Madam President. Adequate waste management is essential for maintaining our public spaces, and this significant increase in bins will greatly improve waste disposal efficiency. As a result, downtown will become cleaner, more pleasant, and more inviting area for both residents and visitors. Our waste management strategy goes beyond merely adding more garbage receptacles. It encompasses a holistic approach to cleanness and convenience. In addition to installing additional garbage bins, we will implement recycling programs and adopt smart waste technologies to optimize collection routes and reduce environmental impact. To support these efforts, we will expand seating options by installing benches, picnic areas, and outdoor furniture designed for comfort and durability. We are also acquiring new utility vehicles to ensure that efficiency and timely maintenance of our public spaces. This vehicle, one which drives down Bay Street now, collects garbage every 30 minutes, Madam President. But we need more, and more can be done. This vehicle is critical for the upkeep of parks, walkways, and other commercial areas, helping us to maintain a well-kept and visually pleasing environment for all to enjoy. We won't be with the popular crew for this next step, which is enforcing compliance among scores of business owners. Maintaining a visually appealing streetscape requires cooperation from all stakeholders, including stores and building owners. Together with the Department of Environmental Health Services, there will be regular inspections and enforcement measures. Incentives can also be offered, as well as support programs to help businesses meet compliance standards. These include facet improvement grants and landscaping assistance, all with the assistance of TDC. Community workshops and educational resources will promote best practices in building maintenance and beautification, fostering a sense of pride and ownership among property owners. Madam President and colleagues, some might be mad, but guess what? We are headed in the right direction.
Yes.
Our next move is putting in new planters and seating areas on Bay Street. By enhancing public space, we aim to improve accessibility and convenience for residents and visitors alike. These new planters and seating areas will provide numerous benefits. They will offer comfortable resting spots for pedestrians, encouraging foot traffic and making downtown Nassau a more inviting place to spend time. The greenery, yes, we got some new measures for it though. Quality in creating better atmosphere. Yeah, no problem. Aesthetically, the planters and seating will add a touch of nature and modern design to Bay Street. We're improving, transforming it into a more attractive and vibrant area. This initiative reflects our commitment to revitalizing downtown Nassau. Madam President, we are headed in the right direction.
Yes.
My list may be long, but bear with me. It's like that sometimes when you're headed in the right direction.
Yes, sir.
We have also demolished 9 derelict buildings and will introduce digital kiosks to further demonstrate our commitment to urban revitalization and community development. By reclaiming streets for pedestrians and implementing innovative solutions, we are fostering vibrant, walkable streetscapes that stimulate economic activity and social interaction. I am pleased to announce that our efforts have already yielded tangible results. Valet parking on Bay Street, increased garbage collection on Junkanoo Beach, rodent and pest control measures, and the installation of a bus shelter are just a few examples of the positive impact that we have made daily. I must also address a collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture Resources in addressing stray animals on our streets. This highlights the importance of interdepartmental cooperation in creating a cleaner and safer environment for everyone. By pooling our resources and expertise, we have taken proactive steps to mitigate health hazards and enhance the overall well-being of our community. Furthermore, our partnership with the Ministry of Works underscores our commitment to infrastructure development and maintenance. From correcting uneven pavements, to repairing and cleaning drainage vents, to implementing street markings, our collaborative efforts ensure the safety and functionality of our city streets. We are also working on enhancing pedestrian safety in high-traffic downtown areas, particularly near Prince George Wharf, and the cruise ships area is a priority. Communication between the Ministry of Works and stakeholders have been robust, and draft designs for downtown areas have been submitted. Our collaborative efforts ensure we address safety concerns efficiently and effectively. Progress is a must, and we are headed in the right direction. I'm also so excited to share with you the transformative initiatives we are implementing to invade our beloved city center by making it more navigational, beautiful, and welcoming for all. Sorry. Have you taken note of our list? And that's just the work of the revitalization unit. They are always ready. I want everyone to know that if you ask that unit, they will tell you, I'm extremely hard on them, and they're even harder on me. I encourage them and I push them because I know they are achieving great results. They do the same for me, and I am grateful for their contributions. To the dedicated team members of the Downtown Revitalization Unit, whose tireless efforts and unwavering dedication have brought us to a momentous juncture, with your continued support and collaboration, I'm confident that we will realize our vision of a thriving, world-class destination in Nassau. Madam President, we stand at a pivotal moment in our nation's history, a time where visionary planning and robust action are more critical than ever. Our budget reflects a commitment to progress, safety, and efficiency across multiple facets of our beloved Bahamas. Let's dive into our key initiative. Madam President, the Verified Tourism Program ensures that not only qualified vendors operate on Junkanoo Beach to Cabbage Beach on Paradise Island is a game changer.
Oh, you got something there?
Oh, what is this?
What you got? What you got? Hold on, let her hold up for you. Let her hold up for you. Oh, boy. Sure, yeah. See the camera straight ahead. Let the people see what you got there. Yeah, there you go. Boy, you're a star now.
The Verified Tourism Committee includes key stakeholders like the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Road Traffic Department, and Inland Revenue. It's to ensure that all vendors meet our stringent standards. The new digitalized verified vendor application form on tourismtoday.com marks a significant leap forward. Remember, folks, progress through planning, safety through action will have us headed in the right direction. Madam President, before, we had some issues with people interacting and having fights and different things, all through the downtown area and Prince George Wharf. Well, with this new system, there's a committee who approves vendors. So not one person can say, I want this vendor here. It's a process. And once something happens, Madam President, law enforcement and the authorities will have every single piece of information needed on that particular vendors. No longer will vendors be able to not even paying land revenue. So it's a way to even help us collect the revenue that's outstanding as well. Okay, so we're proud of this program, Madam President. We are also exploring the feasibility with our partners of a downtown tram, focusing on times when cruise ships are in port. And this is only a study, Madam President, and certainly it'll take lots of consultation. But these are the reformative measures that we're taking to make our city center a better place, Madam President. Madam President, we are headed in the right direction, a mantra we live by. We are also installing well-designed and informative street signs. Those signs will not only guide pedestrians and motorists with ease, but will also enhance the aesthetic appeal of our city center. This initiative will create a more organized and inviting environment for everyone to enjoy. Together, these initiatives will enhance the quality of life in our community, creating a cleaner and safer, more attractive urban environment. Madam President, I would be remiss if I don't talk about our pest control initiative before I take my seat. And I will admit, Madam President, that it took us a while to get started with this initiative. In previous addresses, I would have mentioned my team, the enforcers, and I thank them all, Quinta Dean, who worked on this program here, and my other two staff members who work on some of the other projects. The enforcers whereby I might say, yeah, why not? Or I'm sending so-and-so to you, you would think that it would be right. No, sir, no, ma'am. If you don't pass the smell test, dog eat your lunch. When they finally nail me down and say, Senator, don't send a general maintenance business license holder in here to give you a root canal. Please don't send anyone without the proper documentation, because when row they come, and it's coming, you want to be on the right side of things. With that being said, we've engaged several pest control companies with the proper documentation. I might add, to assist with this initiative, which extends beyond traditional extermination methods by prioritizing prevention and long-term sustainability. Partnering with experts, integrated pest management, we will implement strategies that address the root causes of infestation, such as habits, modification, and exclusion techniques. New bus shelter has been installed to provide much-needed shade from inclement weather and heat, as well as the comfortable seating of our consumers. These shelters will be make waiting for public transportation a more pleasant experience, enhancing the overall convenience and comfort of our public transit system. Additionally, we are introducing a state-of-the-art street sweeping machine. This machine will play a vital role in keeping our city center clean and tidy, ensuring that our street remains free of debris and adding to the overall beauty and charm of our urban landscape. And I want to repeat, Madam President, this is through the partnership of our stakeholders in the downtown area. In Pompey Square, they are installing new lighting to enhance visibility and safety, making this popular gathering place even more alluring. The improved lighting will create a vibrant and secure atmosphere, encouraging more community activities and events. We are also adding new seating throughout our city center, providing comfortable spots for people to rest and enjoy their surroundings. Our dedication to progress through planning, safety through action is unwavering. Our initiatives are not just plans on paper, Madam President. They are tangible steps towards a brighter and safer future. Let's move forward together with confidence, commitment, and I dare say a touch of humor. Because even in serious matters, a little laughter can bring us closer. These initiatives, Madam President, reflect our dedication to creating a vibrant, clean, and safe city center. Together, we are building a brighter future for downtown and the entire Bahamas, one where everyone can thrive and take pride in our shared spaces. Thank you, Madam President, for your continued support and commitment to our city's growth and improvement. Madam President, honorable senators, as I take my seat, as we forge ahead on this journey of revitalization, let us remain steadfast in our commitment to progress, inclusivity, and sustainability. Tourism, Madam President, is everybody's business, and together we will continue to shape a brighter future for the entire Bahamas, ensuring it remains a symbol of excellence and opportunities for generations to come. Madam President, as I take my seat and I support this budget, I want to say one last time, this Davis administration is headed in the right direction.
Between doom and gloom. That's right. And preaching prosperity. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Randy Roll, for your contribution as many.
Right there.
Difference.
The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Ronald Duncombe.
Yes, sir. I don't want to take Randy's slot to jump on Lieutenant Acosta, but nothing before it's time. I normally don't stand on a point in this place, but because of her, I had to stand. Good afternoon, Madam President.
Do your job, don't worry. Yeah, I'm like that.
Yeah.
Make sure. You see, you don't stand, you cough, yeah.
I rise today with a privilege to speak in this house. What an amazing time in this country that we are able to talk about the way forward from a financial standpoint and how important this budget is to us as Bahamians. But before I get into my contributions, as always, I am very excited and proud and privileged to work with a team of individuals in my community. From 2 years prior to the election up to this day, there are committed individuals in Kalani who has always been there working and supporting each other as a unit. And it would not be just to say to these persons out there how much I appreciate you, your neighbors, your brothers and sisters in the community, appreciate you also for all you have done and you vowed to do in the future. It's at times, based on what we've achieved thus far, we get excited at times that we would want to dance and celebrate the things we would have achieved in our community with the limited resources that we have had. I know it'd be unparliamentary to do that new dance that's going around where you hold up your cup and put your foot up and bounce around. But I will salute Kalani and all your efforts, and I thank you so much for working with us in the community. If you permit me, Madam President, to talk about some community announcements. The team has consistently did Mother's Day and Father's Day initiatives. We did the Back to School and our regular Toys for Joys initiative that we have inside the community.
Doing all of that?
Yes, sir. It never stopped. Never stopped.
Than the member of parliament does.
Like my good senator colleague said across there, she can't wait till the next general election. And I'll tell you this, in Kalani, we definitely can't wait for the next general election. Yeah. Because they know that their incoming member of parliament is coming there for Kalani, without a doubt. Oh, no, we can't do the dance in this place. But
I hear Kumalafi going to be your
Yeah, well, that's fine. She could be all right. You know, we have upcoming June 24th. We have a graduation that's going on with the Excalibur Christian School for the kids who have special needs. And Ms. Stubbs, we want to thank you and your team for always giving that extra special care for those kids who have special needs. And that goes a long way in the community. We'd like to thank all those persons who would have helped and made contributions to that just cause. And that's always important to us to take care of those persons with special needs. And then in the community, again, we have Cathedral of Praise, Pastor Cleveland Mitchell and his wonderful wife, India Mitchell, who celebrated their 8th pastoral anniversary, wishing them all the best and their efforts for working in the community with the kids. And that's never an easy task, being in charge of the church and working along with community efforts. And then we want to thank especially those fathers in the community and even the fathers in the Senate. You know, it's one of those things that it's very hard being a father. You are, you know, the gatekeeper in your home. You are to have to be the strong provider along with support of your wife. Your kids look for you, for someone with the answers. So to all the fathers, if only we can have it for a week. Father's Day for a week. You know, I heard that when I told that to someone, they said, well, fathers have it for a week, mothers have it for a month. So I concur with that too. But I really appreciate all of the teams who helped with the Father's Day initiative. The men in our community were really touched to the fact that they were recognized and appreciated for their efforts. And for that, I want to thank you. This Father's Day for me was really much, I would say, special than the other ones because I had a chance to be in Atlanta with the Next Gen boys at the Steve Harvey camp for this year. And they really focused on, you know, mentorship and fathers being there for young men. And they had a session where the young men were able to come up and speak about the absence of a father in their home. And just, you know, when you think about being a boy and not having a father or even a big brother in your life, how they can really go astray. And as a male, people think sometimes that you really don't need support or you don't know or you should not be able to be vulnerable. And having a father figure in your life is very, very important. So I was so proud to see how our young men from the Bahamas was able to express themselves at that level and to talk about how their mothers really step up to the plate to guide them at a particular point in their lives, but they still miss that void of having a male figure in their life. And like my senator colleague from Defense Force always says, you know, only a man can grow up a man. You know, and that's a true fact. So I'm very proud that we have a bright head of us for young men in the future from the Bahamas who's rocking wave, and I'll get more into that and my other contributions along the way. But I want to speak about leadership because very interesting enough, I was reading this book here. I was hearing the good senator speak about certain things, and I want to talk about, there's a piece that talks about leadership is most severely tested in times of crisis. Because, you know, if things are going great and it's calm, then how would you know how great you are as a leader? You know, and then it moves on, talks about sometimes crisis comes because the leader did not make the wise decision. Taking time to do your best to anticipate the consequences of your actions and decisions will go a long way to minimize crisis. The wise leader avoids many crises by leading with humility, complete dependence on God, and awareness of the spiritual enemy. And I found that piece to be very important because as I reflect into what our leader is about and our prime minister of the country, to me, in my experience in being around him and what I've seen, because I only could speak above my experience with someone is that he is someone that has the utmost humility for people. And in my experience, he makes that decision based on his humility. Absolutely. And I'm glad you said it because I experience his character. And so I could speak on my experience with his character. And that's why when I look to the monies allocated for the budget, it's a clear indication that his character is in alignment as to what it is that this country needs with the advancements of the Bahamian people. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? You know? So, and another thing that I could speak to is the fact that this Prime Minister believes in young people. It's an example that he believes in young people because right next to me, a very bright, exuberant young man has been appointed by the Prime Minister. So there is a track record in this Prime Minister empowering young people within this Bahamas. So Mr. Executive Director, I am comfortable and confident that you will do exceptionally well in your new post that's appointed by the Prime Minister. Another track record of the Prime Minister appointing young people. Right to our left is our wonderful Vice President of the Senate. I think he's the youngest Vice President of the Senate. That's correct? Another prime example, facts. Facts do not change. Track record. There is a place for young people in this party and in this government. You know, I am proud to be a member of the old PLP. Proud. Where we believe in uplifting people, putting provisions for helping those persons who are less fortunate. What a good place to be. And while being in the spirit of acknowledgement, I want to say to this honorable house that I want to congratulate Senator, the Honorable Dr. Reuben L. Raming, in his installment as the second pastor of the... I tell you, yes. Don't mind him being modest sitting down here. Yeah. Congratulations, my brother. I'm comfortable and I know that in your new position that you'll do well. Another young man who's doing well in this country. So we congratulate you, sir. Yeah. Of course he's young. He ain't 60. Yeah. So we have to understand that this budget is not just a collection of numbers. It's a declaration of this government's commitment to changing the status quo and improving the lives of every Bahamian. This team, the 2024-2025 budget, which is changing the status quo and changing lives, is because this government dreams our country and people can only be done through embracing this change. And we know it would not be easy. We know. The status quo that you throw it around simply means, the way things are now. And trust me, it's my belief that there's some people out there who may not want this to change. But this government is determined to push forward to create a brighter future for all of us. It's the thinking of many that drastic tax increases were the only way to prevent a disaster. But this government has defined those expectations, and they've done it by relief and promoting growth without placing any heavy burdens on the Bahamians. This government has done many achievements, and this achievement has gone far beyond economic growth, social justice, and community safety. By introducing new laws to disrupt gang activities, tightening those bail laws by the AG, and the AG has been an individual who's been working tirelessly from his office, and with the redevelopment of the downtown area led by Senator Randy Roll. Forgive me, the mayor of downtown, the Minister of National Security, who's creating safer environments for the communities, the Rent-to-Own program by Keith Bell, and the calculated investments in education by Glenys Hanna Martin, the minister. The food security are key components of the government's vision and inclusive of a prosperous Bahamas. The Bahamas may be a very small country, but it's a nation for the home of world-class talents across businesses, sports, entertainment, and science. As Bahamians, we are innovators and leaders in the financial services, tourism, and the global fight against climate change. The government had a plan since the pandemic. It was not merely just to recover. This government set out goals to go beyond the norm, to establish new records, and to define what is possible. And I'm proud to say this government is currently doing that. And that's what we plan to do. Continue to go beyond these norms. This government is firm and committed to tackling the country's toughest challenges, no matter how big the obstacles may be. The government proudly stands with a deficit slashed at 3.8 of the GDP. The government has rolled out several policies to help Bahamians to ease the burden of the high cost of living that all Bahamians are facing within the Bahamas. Madam President, we are the change we want to see. We've noticed that sometimes those persons from the other side love to plan and plan and plan and continue planning and planning and planning and planning and more planning and planning and planning. All right? We have strategized, established, and are currently implementing the new necessary infrastructure that will serve as a succession plan for this nation. Far too long, we have been subject to mediocrity. This government is led by a leader who genuinely cares for the Bahamians. We're not just hearing numbers, we are witnessing tangible improvements to our nation. And as our Minister of Economic Affairs just talked about how this new piece of amendment to a bill about delivery plates, that itself, you have to understand how far that goes in the household. That if you now are in the public service transportation business, and you can bring in, once you have a livery plate or a taxi plate or a bus plate, once that car is 5 years newer, not older, 5 years, you can now bring it in duty free. You can imagine what that does to ripple effect to the household for all those taxi drivers? Yes. Can you imagine? So when we sit in this room and talk about the little guy or the small guy don't feel the effect of what we're doing as a government, the track record is there. It's there. Not only the Bahamian family is going to feel that wonderful ripple effect, but those tourists that come here and they experience, they're now going to be in a better quality vehicle with the experience while in the Bahamas. Because you remember, the first thing these tourists see is that distinguished taxi driver or livery driver at that airport and a car that's industry standard internationally, not only in the Bahamas, but around the world. So we want us to understand when we are making these amendments that the Bahamian people know that there is a ripple effect for you. Facts are facts, they don't change. At least one thing that touch you. All right, that's fine. Well, there may be more. Let me move on. There may be more. All right?
Definitely more.
Yeah. So let's talk about the food plan or the breakfast initiative that's being charged by the Minister of Education. You know, I remembered when I was in school, I had the luxury of having sometimes breakfast or lunch in school. I only could imagine what it would have felt like knowing that on a regular basis, I can have a hot meal to start my day. You know, I mean, that should be commended because we don't know, and I can tell you from my experience how tough it was to focus and concentrate in school knowing that I had nothing to eat, but I had to get there because school for me was a place or an outlet where I had to be to learn, and to be among friends, and be with my peers, to be educated. But just the mere fact that a child was able to have a hot meal speaks volume. So we cannot take that program very lightly. Maybe if you never had the opportunity to be in school without a breakfast, you do not recognize how impactful that is. That's a key component that should be happening around the school. Oh, and I felt it. I felt it. So this government understand that we are getting and touching these issues at the core. All right? As we move into Minister Monroe with this program that's dealing with the young men, getting them equipped. If there's a crisis, that they have the know-how to help and be a part if there's a hurricane. We have to make sure that the young people are engaged in programs that are beneficial for them, that they are an asset to society. So while we can sit across the room and your job is to oppose, let's make sure we're opposing for things that are measurable and make sense. All right? Social services make sense. All right? No, so, Madam President, yeah, I find it very interesting that sometimes the other side forget where they left this country with our leader. It is our responsibility, like we've been said, it's now yours, govern it. We are governing, we're governing it. Oppose, but let's oppose with sense. Don't oppose just to oppose. All right? So, Madam President, another big initiative was the energy reform. I mean, I can't wait until July to see my light bill. All right? Because I'm hearing that I expect a decrease in my light bill. All right, Madam President. Again, another initiative that's being done by this government to aid the Bahamians and to ensure that they are having sustainability within their household. That's a huge, you're talking about an enormous burden relief to Bahamians. Cannot believe it. We know that when we inherit BPL, it was in a disarray. All right? So right now, the government's energy reform plans to, and let me go down a couple of points. It's building a utility scale solar power in the Family Islands to harness renewable energy. We're talking about expansion of the solar projects. It's expanding solar projects on New Providence to increase our reliance on clean energy sources. It's modernization of the electricity grid and the transmission and distribution network of Nassau through a joint venture partnership between BBL and Island Grid, ensuring a more efficient and reliable power supply. We're doing the LNG implementation, which is transforming energy generation in New Providence through the implementation of the LNG, which will be providing a cleaner and more cost-effective energy source, and introducing an equity rate that will make electricity costs more affordable to all Bahamians. These reforms are very vital, especially for business owners, where most of the time your big expense is electricity. Yes. If you now have the relief in your businesses, you can now be able to bring that cost. Well, first, you can now not have to worry about reducing staff. That's the first thing. Or even be on the verge of closing down your business. What a relief that's going to be for Bahamians. Yes. Another factual initiative that's where this government is bringing relief to the common man. This government is working, and no matter what's being said, they may talk about us, but he definitely ain't outworking us. All right? All right? We hear this big thing thrown around about transparency and accountability and governance and throwing it around very loosely. All right? This government does not have an issue about, we started with our blueprints for change. How more transparent you can get. We said, here is what we're going to do. Here are the timelines. I guess you got to read Bahamas Read. Madam President, some people are stuck on the so said, so fast in the past. The past is in the past, Madam President. They got to get current. They got to look us up. Look at the blueprint for change, and that's our measurement, our report card. And if they check the box, what we still be checking? We are working for the Bahamian people. That's a fact, Madam President. All right? This budget promotes fiscal discipline through prudent budget management, rigorous oversight mechanisms, and anti-corruption measures. The AG takes the lead to ensure that we are above board. All right? He's meticulous and makes sure that once his name is on it, it ain't gonna pass through just for passing sake. All right? Very, very detailed. All right? This government is committed to enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of the public service delivery. We are ensuring that every dollar spent benefits Bahamians. Every single dollar. All right? The transformation of our economics stands at a crossroad, making it bold steps to foster sustainable growth and prosperity. This 2024 budget allocates substantial resources to strategic sectors such as tourism diversity, financial services enhancement, and digital infrastructure development. These investments are not mere expenditures, but a catalyst for job creation, entrepreneurship, and long-term economic reliance, Madam President. Access to quality health care and education are fundamental rights to every Bahamian that every Bahamian deserves. This budget prioritized significant investments in healthcare infrastructure, ensuring equitable access to medical services across all the islands. This government is enhancing healthcare facilities, recruiting skilled professionals, and implementing telemedicine solutions to bridge the gaps in urban centers and remote communities. So this government is certainly investing in the well-being of all Bahamians. Healthcare investments isn't a priority for this government. So, Madam President, I can't wait to experience and see what this new hospital is going to be like. All right? So, Madam President, our government has provided support for social welfare. And also, Madam President, in addition to creating housing initiative programs and community development projects, which were all fundamental components of strategy to create inclusive and cohesive communities across the Bahamas. So, Madam President, I want to shift my focus towards the remarkable stride that's being made by the youths who are diligently working to improve their lives within our country. Madam President, I want us to understand that the Ministry of Youth and Sport has done an amazing job with youth in this country, especially focusing on helping them with the opportunity to partake in international sports. Because I remembered as a young athlete on the national team playing volleyball, we either had to have car wash or to be on the corner holding the 5-gallon jug with the paper on the jug saying sponsorship for $1 a day for sports. So this government has certainly taken the charge to allow financial assistance for those programs in our country. And there can be so much more, but they understand that we have so many athletes, or natural athletes that is, who can contribute to this country well-being in the international arena, but just through funding and the exposure is the key for all these athletes. So, Madam President, as I segue into the Ministry of Education, you know, what an amazing job Minister Hannah Martin is doing there. Yeah. We're talking about, yes, absolutely. We're talking about the ministry now has a 92% enrollment in public school after a major decline since the pandemic. 92% enrollment, 92. All right. They've improved the graduation rate. They have a curriculum reform, which have launched a new reform to modernize our subjects and generate better learning outcomes, preparing our children for the future. They have support for special education, so the ministry is now hiring more teachers' aides for special education, pre-primary, pre-vocational, and general areas. There's also investments in the facilities and education, and they are investing in educational facilities, including construction of 8 swimming pools at public schools throughout the New Providence. Could you imagine now when we went to school, Senator, we had a pool in the public schools? Wow, you can imagine? Because you will come to find out that most adults who are over 50 can't swim. Cannot swim. So in the tourism industry, when you find out with customers that Bahamians can't speak on adults, obviously that's a huge concern. So I'm very proud that this government really take the lead in that there are pools in public schools. I'm hoping that all public school one day could have a pool, especially how we're surrounded by the water. Yeah, so you can imagine how the government really understand that gap that Bahamian children need to have that as a fundamental privilege for them, not even as a necessity. It's a privilege surrounded by water. So I'm very happy to make that announcement that this government is working towards ensuring that at least all these kids can swim. Especially in the Family Islands. Only can imagine in the Family Islands how it is the kids learn to swim. You still throw them overboard and you swim, you learn, you swim. Yes, yes. Yes, Madam President, you know, I'm just very happy that the Minister of Economic Affairs has taken the time to really map out the numbers to say where we are as a country. You know, it's very alarming because of social media, how people could think a country is a particular way just based on what they see. And we have to be very careful when we do that. So it's good for us to know right now that we are an attractive island or an attractive group of islands that people around the world want to come and partake in. So as gatekeepers for the country, we have to make sure that we are all doing our part. So this budget tells us that there is adequate funding allowed for us to govern this country for the next year. An allotment is just an allotment. Monies allocated for a guesstimation, and there are some fixed expenses, a guesstimation of what's going to be incurred, even with revenues. There are fixed allotments on revenues that we think that we're going to forecast to have. You know, natural disasters comes, but a true leader, like I said when I started this, that's the time you figure out and find out where they are and where they're tested, when disaster comes. So with that being said, Madam President, I support this bill wholeheartedly. And before I take my seat, you know, I just want us to know for the record, the old days are gone, but the new days has begun. Thank you so much, Madam President. I'll take my seat.
Thank you, Senator Ronald Duncombe, for your contribution. As many, the chair recognizes Senator Honorable Michael Barnett Ellis.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, as always, it is a pleasure to rise in this place to hold the government's feet to the fire.
Yes, Senator.
I'd like to open by extending congratulations not only to Senator Quinton Lightbourne on his new appointment, but also to Senator Ruben Raming, who was unanimously chosen to be the pastor-elect of Rehoboth Global Ministries in the historic community of Fox Hill. Before I start the budget portion of my contribution, though, I'd like to say a few words about the legal profession. In the last 4 weeks, we have lost 3 legal giants: Cedric Parker, KC, Sir Cyril Fountain, and more recently, Mr. Thomas Evans, KC. Madam President, these men were fixtures in our profession, and their passing has left me feeling with a profound sense of loss. These men were not just lawyers, but they were gentlemen. They were willing to share information and always offer a few words of unsolicited advice. I've had matters with each of them. The late Mr. Parker quickly became my favorite Parker upon meeting him. His charm and sense of humor made Khalil and Miles look like wallflowers. So Cyril, he kept me on my toes, and he reminded me that I needed to stay on my toes. And Mr. Evans was a consummate professional, soft-spoken but astute, deliberate and thorough. And the loss I feel not only for the interactions that I will no longer have with them, but it's also for the young lawyers that will never have the benefit of interacting with these giants. May their souls rest in eternal peace and rise in glory. Next week, Monday, I have the unenviable task of bringing remarks at the special sitting of the Court of Appeal to mark the retirement of the president of the Court of Appeal, who happens to be my one good daddy. His judicial career has left an indelible mark on the case law of the Bahamas. He, like the other legal giants I mentioned, have left permanent marks on the practice of law. They have demonstrated what practicing law at the highest level involves. Hard work, lots of reading and writing, good character, and collegiality among colleagues. But fear not, Madam President. Sir Michael is not flying off into the sunset like the characters from his favorite movie, Casablanca. There's still more he wants to contribute to the development of law in our great nation. And now to the matter at hand, the 2024-2025 budget. As members of His Majesty's loyal opposition, we are here to hold the government accountable, to ask questions about their actions, policies, and the use of public funds, and to express public opinion and to push them to be better. But I must open my contribution with an I told you so moment. Last year, I said that the government had overestimated their forecasted revenue, that they had not met the projected revenue target for 2023, and therefore they should not have forecasted such a large increase in revenue for 2024 because they were unlikely to meet it. Reducing the deficit only happens if you meet your forecasted revenue and stay within your forecasted expenditure. We only need to look at the travel expenses that have ballooned well past their approved estimate to know that this administration lacks discipline. Madam President, it's been said here by others, you can tell a lot about a government's priorities by looking at its budget. It tells us where they're underperforming, and it tells us where they're choosing to spend their money. The Ministry of Health and Wellness is going from allocating $600,000 for contract workers to allocating $4 million for contract workers. Who are they planning to bring in? And really, this sounds like job insecurity for me. Why did they not use the money allocated for tuition, training, and in-service awards and subsistence? And when are we going to see that audit about the catastrophic healthcare service? And why are they expecting to spend $1 million more in fees and other charges in the Ministry of Health? The public health services in the Bahamas is overdue for a significant investment. And if with all the VAT and increased fees, we can't understand why there aren't enough infusion pumps to run 10 IC beds, why there are only enough infusion pumps to run 10 ICU beds when the unit actually has 20 beds. And why is the floor in the operating theater, in the new state-of-art operating theater, peeling up and being held down with duct tape? Why haven't we used some of the money allocated to travel to fix it? And that $200,000 that was spent on the trip to Orlando, well, that could have paid for the additional pumps for the ICU, or better yet, improve the working conditions for the kitchen staff at PMH. If the kitchen is so unsanitary, and unsafe for PMH staff, then why do we have the Defense Force in there preparing meals for patients in those conditions? Imagine what that 200,000 could have improved. Imagine what that 2.5 million can improve. We have insufficient nurses to meet the demands of public health care in this country. Nurses continue to leave the country in large numbers. Monies need to be directed to invest in nurses, invest in their working environment, invest in their salaries and benefits. Our existing facilities are woefully under-resourced, yet this government refuses to do the responsible thing and invest in our existing assets. They rather spend our hard-earned money on shiny things like planes rather than putting in the work. They have not put in the work to solve these pertinent issues and are only interested in making announcements to grab headlines. This administration brags about changing the status quo by planning on building new hospitals in New Providence and Grand Bahama. But the existing hospitals are under-resourced and understaffed. If we can't keep their elevators working or their operating theaters operational, if the existing hospitals don't have supplies, medicine, staff, or funding to be used at their full potential, why are we building new hospitals? Where are you finding the additional nurses needed if you can't stem the current exodus? In fact, to date, the Abaco and Exuma clinics remain largely unused as the professional staff to run the pharmacies and imaging services don't exist. We need to hear that there is a plan for retaining nurses, training more nurses, paying back pay to nurses. We need to hear when they're going to finish the A&E at PMH. Just a block away, we saw a whole embassy erected from scratch, whilst A&E remains incomplete. We need to hear a plan for training imaging professionals so that we can get to the point where we could actually staff additional medical facilities. That's where our government revenue should be going, not building a hospital that we can't staff on marshland. Besides, if we're building a new hospital, shouldn't it be in the southwestern New Providence, where the majority of the population currently resides?
That would make sense.
Changing the status quo in healthcare means addressing these issues that plague our healthcare system. For thousands of Bahamians, the public health system is their only option. The real investment to improve the existing services, would not only improve the lives of patients, but also the lives of the people that work there, our heroes on the front line. The budget allocations for the Ministry of Health, the Department of Environmental Health, and the Department of Public Health largely remain unchanged. In fact, the projection for their capital expenditure was actually reduced by 50%. Multiple wards at PMH need to be renovated. The male surgical ward is empty because it is in such a poor state. But this administration has no innovative plans, innovative or otherwise, to invest in our nation's health in a meaningful and transformative way. They do, however, want to repurpose a plane for $2.5 million so that they can travel to the Family Islands. It's a matter of priorities. First the car, now it's a plane. Next budget, it'll be a helicopter or a yacht. Madam President, you know, I always have time for my colleague, Senator Randy Rolle. But as a person who works downtown, the state of downtown still leaves much to be desired. When you travel downtown before 7 a.m., the garbage is piled up waiting to be collected. But if the dogs get to it first, the garbage is all over the sidewalk. I eagerly await a revamp of downtown because there are some sights and smells that just need to go. Much has been said about the record number of tourist arrivals and whether we are seeing the financial benefit of this increased travel to the Bahamas. But this much is clear. Despite raising the air departure tax and the sea departure tax, the last year, the revenue has not met the government's expectations, and the government is likely to fall short on their projected revenue from these taxes. In short, this tourism boom is not generating the dollars and cents that the government forecast that it would. And that's not misleading or misguided. That's using the numbers they have provided in their PLP colored themed budget book. But the departure tax numbers are not only revenue area, are not the only revenue areas where the government has underperformed. They have failed to meet the revenue that they have projected. They use the models and generated projected revenue numbers, and they have not achieved those goals. They have underperformed. They have underperformed by almost $200 million. Normally, when you don't do as well as you thought you would, that means that you can't purchase the luxury items that you want. You focus on paying bills and meeting your financial obligations with your reduced resources. Not this administration. They are rewarding their underperformance by, amongst other things, repurposing a $2.5 million plane. And let's be serious. It's not just the plane. It's the ongoing cost of the pilot, the ongoing cost of maintenance, the ongoing cost of fuel. It's a slap in the face for the people that are waiting for government to pay their hard-earned increments, their well-deserved back pay, and their long outstanding gratuities. Madam President, I'd like to talk about this administration's myth that they support Bahamians and Bahamian businesses. This administration, more so than any other, has developed an anti-business rhetoric and policies. It is as if we don't own businesses and we're still in the yesteryear where only they, the fellas on Bay Street, owned businesses. And they spin any support for businesses as being anti-Bahamian and not in support of everyday people. But we own businesses, and businesses employ Bahamians. And contrary to what seems to be the view of this administration, not everybody can be employed by or a consultant of the government. In fact, our private sector often pays more and offers better benefits. The adverse stance against private sector business is also an adverse stance against Bahamians that own them and the thousands of Bahamians employed in the private sector. Madam President, they're seeking to amend the laws relating to recreational watercrafts, i.e. jet skis, banana boats, and the boats that pull the parasails. At first, it looks like they're securing the industry for Bahamians because you need to be a Bahamian to operate and license these watercrafts. But they are increasing the cost of registering new crafts and the annual registration by over 200%. In other words, it used to be $30 to register a new jet ski, and now it will be $100. And if an operator has 6 jet skis, it will cost him $270 instead of $120. That's more than double. This government giveth, and this government taketh away. In fact, they have increased the fees so much that they project that they will receive an additional revenue of over $2 million as a result of this increase. These changes stifle growth in an environment where we need economic growth more than ever to combat external economic factors. Or the amendments to the Business License Act that will now require all business owners to give all of their personal particulars every time they renew their business license. What happened to data management? Inland Revenue already knows this information. The only information that they don't have to provide at this point is about to be their weight and their shoe size. The bureaucracy of obtaining a business license has become increasingly frustrating and expensive. And all, despite the fact of the talk about digitization, there appears to be little data management. That includes data collaboration. Persons are being asked to provide the same information over and over again. There is no ease of doing business, and this government isn't trying to make it easier. Governments, especially a post-independence government, ought to create an environment that supports the growth of Bahamian businesses so that more everyday people have the opportunity to own and develop multi-generational businesses. We want Bahamians and their businesses to keep more of their money in their pockets. But this government wants to bleed us all dry, and worse still, with nothing to show for it. But I suppose if we can't pay, we'll be summoned to meet them outside. It seems contradictory to me to have a small business development center, a trade commission, the Bahamas Development Bank, and other government entities which are meant to support business development if we are going to make these businesses jump through hoops to get a business license, stifle their cash flow by paying high government fees, and allowing a policy to make the cost of electricity increase for businesses. Ironically, the new government page, New Energy Era, acknowledges that this is a quote, for Bahamian families and businesses, electricity bills are major expenses, adding to the high cost of living and the high cost of doing business. But the equity rate adjustment only impacts residential owners. But the reality is, businesses are experiencing higher electricity costs, and they are going to pass those on to consumers. They're either going to increase the costs of goods and services, or they're going to reduce their expenses by letting employees go. This is another example of the government appearing to be giving us a benefit, but really they're adversely impacting us. Businesses are meant to make profits, but this government's stifling cost of doing business must be satisfied before any profit can be achieved. There are too many businesses in this country watching their profit margins evaporate, and they did not get into business to become a non-profit organization. Our families have to eat too. Businesses feed our economy. They make our economy grow. And when the costs of goods and services go up, the economy doesn't grow because less people can afford them. Almost 3 years in, and this government continues to only see us to be pockets to be raided, and has yet to appreciate the value of the small business community upon which the middle class is built. Instead of a hand up, they place their knee on our necks. The fiscal strategy of this administration is making matters worse for the country. We are all confused about this plan to privatize BPL. They can call it whatever they want, but they're selling or transferring assets to a private company, so the assets of BPL will be privately owned. We acknowledge that the situation at BPL is untenable, but how this deal is going to benefit the country is clear as mud. There is no vision in this government. If they can't raid it, they rip it apart, and we will all see who they intend to feast on the scraps. But what about BPL's legacy debt? The nearly $500 million in debt. That's the debt of the company. But the company is selling its assets. Will the sale proceeds pay off the debt? Will we see a line item for the sale proceeds in the sum of $500 million? What is the plan for the repayment of that debt? The government also brags about their real property tax collection, while extorting hard-working Bahamians by placing other charges on top of their outstanding tax bill, claiming an unearned, extortionate up to 25% premium unawares. The government already has the ultimate security. It has the real property tax receipts. and to heap a lump sum of oppressive charges on top of the real property tax is not sound fiscal policy, and it's piracy, and it must stop. At this point, Madam President, I must address some, in my view, unreasonable comments made by the Member of Parliament for Pinewood about the National Insurance Board. He asked for an explanation about the decision to divest the American securities held by the National Insurance Board in 2020. Had he been more responsible, he would have reviewed the board minutes about that decision, and he would have known that the divesting of shares was done at the request of the central bank to assist with our foreign reserves. In fact, the governor of central bank, in his remarks on the monthly economic and financial developments for March 2020, said that the central bank requested that the board liquidate some of its external investments to bring the proceeds onshore to support our foreign reserves. But, as usual, this New Day administration is attempting to make something seem nefarious when it was done at the request of experts to protect the country's financial position. And if in the same position, I would hope that this administration would be ready to make the tough decisions to protect our fiscal position. Madam President, there's a term in the Homeowners Protection Act which requires an employer not to allow its employees to borrow their entire salary. We employ the government. We hired them, we pay their salary, and this country is our home. But how do we prevent this financially illiterate government from using our limited resources to buy non-essential goods and services while ignoring our neglected essential services? It looks like this Davis Cooper administration is going to do whatever they want, however they want, until we fire them on election day. But thankfully, unstoppable change is on the horizon. This Davis Cooper administration continues to increase fees, and more Bahamians every year are paying more and more money to access and receive government services. We're not sure where our monies are going. The clinics have no drugs, and we have inoperable operating rooms. We are paying more and more of our money to the government. The government announces project after project, but they aren't using our money for the projects. A PPP airport, a PPP pool, a PPP community center. Our money isn't being used to pay the outstanding gratuities to retired police officers. These persons who are willing to give their life for our country. Defense Force officers too? They're not paying outstanding gratuities to retired Defense Force officers either. Was our money used to fund the 50th Independence celebrations? In fact, where is the audit for those 50th Independence celebrations? Being elected to government is not a blanket authorization to do whatever you want. But this administration has failed to consult the people that elected them, just like they didn't consult the unions regarding moving payday, just like they didn't answer the questions in Parliament. They simply don't care whether they are acting in your best interests. They're only acting in their ill-founded, misguided best interests. The country hasn't met its revenue targets, but they want to repurpose a plane. The hospital needs capital investment, but they want to repurpose a plane. We want to see our money put to use on things that impact the daily lives of Bahamians. We want Bahamians to keep more of their own money. We want to see a real investment in our public health systems. Clinics should never be short on medicine, and every bed should have one of those IV machine things. Nurses should not have to wait for their back pay. Retired police officers and Defense Force officers should not still be waiting for their gratuities. Invest in procurement so that the privatization of BPL is a transparent process. We are a country on the brink of greatness or on the brink of destruction. We need a government with the necessary discipline to take us to greatness. Madam President, this beautiful country, with its limited resources, has amazing potential. We have taken 242 to the world, but we need to look internally and make the Bahamas a better place for Bahamians. As I take my seat, June is the month for dads and grads. I hope that those awesome fathers, I hope that those awesome fathers that call this country home felt the love and appreciation on Sunday. They are the backbones of our community. We know that their active presence is essential to the development of our next generation. Fathers, we know this road isn't easy, and that the obstacles you face today weren't even imagined by our grandparents. But you must remain engaged because the security of our nation depends on it. To the class of 2024, whether you graduated from preschool, primary school, high school, or college, congratulations to you. And I pray that learning new things will be a lifelong lesson. A special congratulations goes out to the parents of the graduates, because I'm certain many of you deserve to walk across that stage and be recognized for your labors of love and sacrifices that you made to help your graduate achieve their goals. Teachers, enjoy the summer break. We can never show you how much we appreciate you. Being an educator is a vocation, and this nation stands on the shoulders of teachers. And finally, our national swimming championships start tomorrow at the Betty Kelly Kenning Pool. In Easter, we showcased a sliver of our talented athletes as we swam to that 6-peat Carifta Championship. I wish the Bahamas Aquatics Federation, headed by Algernon Cargill, a successful meet. To the swimmers, you've put in the work, and now it's time to stand on business. To everyone attending the meet, parents, swimmers, spectators, coaches, officials, stay hydrated and have a safe meet. And with that, Madam President, I take my seat. May God bless you, and may He continue to bless our beautiful Bahamas. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Bonnet Ellis, for your presentation. For your contribution. As many the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Dr. Recia Hepburn Forbes.
Madam President, I can tell you now, my mommy said I must take my time with this speech. Yeah. She done messaged me twice. Yeah. No. Especially after she has some of the comments. Yeah. Madam President, please permit me a few minutes to enlighten the Senate on a few things and bring a few greetings. First, I would like to thank you and Ms. Brown for the gift of her book. I will read this and hope that no other person has to go through such a horrific experience. We thank her for her bravery and willingness to share with the world. Madam President, the University of the Bahamas Charter was enacted in 2016 with a name change, but the College of the Bahamas Act was in 1974, which means that this year, the University of the Bahamas is 50 years old. With that in mind, our Provost and Vice President of Academic Affairs, Dr. Maria Woodside Oriaki, has kindly donated the small gifts to all of our senators from the Office of Academic Affairs. Madam President, I had the pleasure of attending Temple Christian High School graduation when my stepdaughter, Alicia Russell, was named valedictorian. I can assure you we are nothing but proud, especially as she'll be attending the University of the Bahamas in the fall. Madam President, on June 15th, I had the pleasure to be a part of the Generation Impact Program hosted by the Tourism Development Corporation, which is a young entrepreneurship program. The current participants are the children from both Ranfully Home for Children and Elizabeth States Home. The plan is to have more than one cohort, and the program will travel to all of the family islands. Continuing, Madam President, I had the opportunity, thanks to Paul Americas, to attend the 4th Small Island Developing State Conference in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda, under the theme, Charting the Course Towards Resiliency and Prosperity. The conference aim was to assess the ability of SIDS to achieve sustainable development, including the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals. I was afforded the opportunity to bring brief remarks under the Gender Awareness section, and I will admit that they were well received. Madam President, I would also like to bring birthday greetings to Omar Buchanan, Persis Hepburn, Charles Hepburn Jr., Mr. Timothy Fraser, a worker right here in the Parliament, Mr. Herman Roll, Ms. Camille Jones, and Mr. Jamie Campbell. On a more solemn note, Madam President, I bring condolences to the family of Mrs. Lorraine Clark, Mr. Warren Seymour, and the family of the late Thomas Evans, KC. Madam President, I must also use this opportunity to congratulate my Senate colleague and friend, Mr. Quinton Lightbourne, on his appointment as the alternate executive director of the Inter-American Development Bank for the Caribbean. I know that he will do well in this new endeavor, as he is a man with great abilities, gifts, and talents, and willing to share them with the world. Madam President, please permit me to wish all the fathers happy belated Father's Day. And in particular, I am shouting out my father, Eric Lamont Hepburn, the best father in the universe, my beacon of light, and my strongest advocator. Madam President, for the matter of hand, my daddy always told me that trust happens when actions meet words. And Madam President, this budget is one that the Bahamian people can trust as it changes the status quo. Madam President, I am grateful to the Almighty God who has afforded each of us another day in the land of the living, and for the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, and member of Cat Island, Rum Cay, and San Salvador for this year's budget. He gave a detailed synopsis of what this administration has done and intends to continue to do our efforts to make the lives of the Bahamian people better each and every day. I must also thank my Senate colleague, the Minister of Economic Affairs, Senator Honorable Michael Halkitis, and all the public servants at the various ministries and agencies that work daily to ensure that our country's fiscal state remains stable. Finally, Madam President, I would also like to thank my loving husband, who is my honorary senator, and my parents, Eric and Suzanne Hepburn, who I can assure you are waiting to provide me with constructive criticism on this debate. I would also like to thank two of my aunts that I know watch the Senate religiously, Yulie LaFleur and Margaret McKay, and the rest of my family and friends. I am grateful for your continued support. Madam President, some in here may, in a different place, be identified as crabs, but those who do won't be the backward ones in the barrel, climbing on top of each other just to get out the way. When these crabs, those in here, they will ensure that they lift others out of the barrel because they know it's time to change the status quo. Madam President, in this budget for 2024-2025, the government has outlined several key initiatives shifting the status quo for our citizens. Please allow me to focus on just a few of these sections. namely agriculture, education, and social services. Madam President, in the area of agriculture, this government's focus on economic security and the creation of a secure, prosperous, and fair society advocates agricultural development, which is crucial for economic development and food security. In the area of education, this budget reflects the government's commitment to enhancing the well-being of Bahamians and creating opportunities. This budget is designed to build resilience and pave the way towards a brighter tomorrow, while establishing key new initiatives that will better the educational lives of Bahamians. In the area of social services, the budget also emphasizes social security as one of the pillars of a secure, prosperous, and fair society. This government is committed to changing the status quo and improving the lives of Bahamians with the expansion and creation of these initiatives. Madam President, we realize that this is the people's money, and the people expect change, and thus they expect us to change the status quo. Madam President, I must wholeheartedly agree with my parliamentary colleagues in this and that other place that this budget presents a more comprehensive picture of the government's vision for this country. This budget puts our money where our mouth is and changes the status quo. With this budget, we are focused and determined to ensure that there is a new day, and we are setting out a new course for advancing each citizen and the country as a whole. There are still external shocks that have the ability to affect our country, and we are working on economic resilience in this budget. That's how you change the status quo. Madam President, I think that we all understand and agree with our Prime Minister and Minister of Agriculture and Marine Resources when they state, the more we are able to feed ourselves, the better we will be able to absorb external shocks. There is no doubt in my mind that the vast majority of Bahamians are concerned about the rising levels of food prices. Unfortunately, we are not alone in this regard, as the global cost of agricultural goods are on the rise. In the area of agriculture, Minister Campbell understands the assignment, as the younger persons say, and is committed to fostering the development of future farmers and agriculturalists. The Department of Agriculture has launched the Agriculture School Support Program. Public schools across the country were contacted to determine which supplies were needed for their agricultural programs. To date, 11 schools have benefited from the program, 5 in New Providence, and the remaining on Exuma, Grand Bahama, Eleuthera, Cat Island, and Andros. The schools receive water pumps, irrigation supplies, and seed starting material, shade cloths, shovels, fertilizers, and wheelbarrows, among other items. Staff of the Department of Agriculture across the country, especially on the islands of New Providence, Exuma, and Grand Bahama, continue to provide support to the school agricultural science programs. Madam President, this is an awesome initiative. For the past almost 2 decades, I've worked and researched with Mrs. Patrice Green, an educational officer for agricultural science. She has been paramount in promoting and advancing agriculture for our youth for decades. Madam President, the Department of Agriculture continues its exercise to distribute tractors to various family islands to assist farmers on those islands, namely Cat Island, Grand Bahama, Eleuthera, Exuma, to aid with land preparation for farmers. Madam President, I have had the opportunity to work at several places in agriculture, and the Gladstone Road Agricultural Center is one of them. I recall the Assistant Director, Stan Smith, and William, both deceased, who provided me with hands-on training at that center. I am excited to let the Bahamian people know that the plant propagation unit is well on its way to revitalizing seedling production, which will soon enable us to be able to provide Bahamian farmers with high-quality seedlings at subsidized prices. When I taught plant bio and sometimes physiology at the University of the Bahamas, partnering with this unit provided students with hands-on experience, and I am glad to know that more revenue will be added here to assist with more agricultural development. This is changing the status quo. Madam President, I also had the pleasure of working at the abattoir. For those of you that might be unfamiliar with this terminology, it is commonly called the slaughterhouse. Minister Campbell has assisted them with much needed supplies. They've received 1 vehicle, 2 printers, 1 electric saw, 1 washer and dryer, 2 saws in the butcher room, and service several parts. These additions allow for staff to continue to carry out their duties as best as possible. Madam President, all of this and more is essential at the abattoir. I look forward to the day when we build at least 3 other abattoirs throughout the islands and make serious repairs to this one, as the current building is in need of repairs. Madam President, at times I think persons forget that agriculture is a science, and it's one that evolves and keeps us up to date with technology. However, our Minister of Agriculture understands that technology is important and has introduced drone technology, which can be used for digital agriculture systems, which can collect data, analyze the effects of climate change on production and processing, and has the potential to enable Bahamian farmers and fishermen to overcome these constraints. Madam President, the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources has collaborated with the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization to train 18 participants in pilot geospatial analysis and participatory drone mapping and geospatial training. This 3-month program is designed to support agricultural, coastal, marine, and disaster risk management applications in the entire Caribbean. It will do this by supporting agriculture and marine applications utilizing an online learning management system and training, and to provide technical support to ensure flexibility and adaptability to national conditions. Madam President, this is changing the status quo. Madam President, we understand that food security and agricultural development is not only the responsibility of the government, and where applicable, we should partner with other organizations to make this goal a reality for our country. The Bahamas is a member state of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, IECA, which is an organ of the Organization of American States. Benefits of being a member of this hemispheric body are integration, cooperation, and participation in the global economy, ensuring the safety of food supplies and removing sanitary and phytosanitary barriers, to support agro-industrial and agribusiness development of the sector by promoting the incorporation of new technology and business principles into the enterprises of the sector, and to promote sustainable rural development and sustainable use of natural resources. In this regard, Mrs. Mary Dunleavy, Advisor to Director General for Institutional Linkages and Representative for the Bahamas in IECA, has afforded several officials with training opportunities. Some examples of these are consensus building, workshops on African swine fever, WTO SPS committee meetings, good agricultural practices audit training, cyto and phytocyto measures project, and antimicrobial resistance communication seminar. IECA also understands that we have to engage our younger persons from early to become interested in agriculture and food security, and recently sponsored the National Agricultural Debate Competition for junior and senior secondary schools. 2 students were awarded $250 cash rewards. As I was the chief judge for this competition, as I have been for almost a decade, I am thankful that organizations like IECA have stepped up and donated to such a worthwhile cause. Madam President, IECA has just finalized details to host a 3-day workshop for the Training, Prevention, Controls, Qualified Individuals Certification for 25 Bahamian agriculturists and agro-processors. This is important. The current good manufacturing practices, hazard analysis, and risk-based prevention controls for human food regulation are intended to ensure safe manufacturing processes, packaging, and holding of food products for human consumption in the United States. Madam President, I said it before and I will say it again. It's the people money, and they expect us to change the status quo. And with these partnerships, that is what we're doing. Yes. Madam President, the Agriculture and Environmental Development Cooperative Society is a group of agriculturalists and environmental professionals of the Bahamas with the mission to advance the development of the Bahamian agriculture and environmental sectors and the national economy of the Bahamas. Agin DevCo is designed to be the change engine that facilitates research and development and economic growth within these sectors, using local, regional, and international funding not otherwise available to private sector businesses with respective industries. This co-op is living proof that the wealth of technical expertise in the agriculture and environmental fields exists here within this country. So yes, some of them are consultants, but they're local consultants providing a need that the country needs. You do need technical consultants, so don't mind the noise in the market, mind the price of the fish. So there's no longer a need to look outside the country to hire firms and projects that can be aptly performed by Bahamians, especially given the fact that the local technical expertise have firsthand institutional and cultural knowledge about the fields in which they work. Again, the government understands that we cannot do it all, and this organization is currently partnering with the Forestry Unit to help them complete the Global Environmental Fund Pine Island Project and partner with BDB, DCD, and CDB to complete a financial management training for cooperatives of small and medium enterprises. See? This organization has also hosted a STEM Day to encourage Bahamian students to pursue careers in agriculture because we find that these Bahamians give back. The day included fostering a spirit of competition and promoted STEM education through a STEM quiz bowl. They gave students the awareness of local agriculture, marine, science, and environmental sciences. Students were informed about local internships, scholarships, opportunities. It should be noted that the quiz bowl winners included first place winner Chance Rollins of CV Bethel High School, who won an all-expense paid trip to the Bahamas Marine Mammal Research Organization Whales Summer Camp in Sandy Point, Abaco. Second place winner was Malaya Maycock of CV Bethel again, Senior High School, who won a 2-week paid summer internship at Braun. And third place winner was Zion Miller of the International School of Business, Entrepreneurship, and Technology, who won a 2-day beach pass at Blue Lagoon. These partnerships promote the overall goal of our government to encourage youth in agriculture and marine and environmental sciences and promote sustainability and food security. Madam President, this is how you change the status quo. Madam President, the Minister of Education stated in her budget debate that, and I quote, "Governance is not only a privilege, it is a prized and precious opportunity." And I have said it over and over, that this opportunity allows us to create and construct a new reality for our people. Madam President, this innovative minister understands that we must change the status quo, and because of issues such as Hurricane Dorian and then COVID-19, the effect of prolonged isolation of children and young people, the persuasive nature of social media, depression, and anxiety have created psychological disturbances in many of our children. Minister Hannah Martin stated, "We must start from the premise, and it is our mantra, that every child counts." Madam President, as an educator, I subscribe to that mantra and understand the commitment, the effort, the dedication, the caring that it takes to be in this profession. Madam President, we are developing an educational system that nurtures strong, confident, ethical, and innovative young individuals who must possess critical thinking. For the ministry to be successful in accomplishing these goals, there has to be a paradigm shift to the view that education is a journey where children during their formative years grow and develop as the system goals are met. Madam President, for every initiative, the government understands that we cannot do it alone. We know that the best learning is one that is fostered not only through the classroom, but through the support of parents and extended family members, which is yet another significant part of the equation for successful students. Having a combined grouping of actors participating in student lives allows the level of educational attainment that is paramount for their success. These findings are well documented nationally and internationally, as a recent study done by the University of the Bahamas promotes this type of learning. The study goes on to examine that these factors, particularly parental involvement, greatly enhance a child's likelihood of success. This underscores the intertwined essence of education and the significance of a united endeavor in molding future leaders. Now imagine having more parental involvement coupled with the broader community, mentors, NGOs, the corporate sector, and all those invested in positively influencing young people's lives. Madam President, every stakeholder has a role to play in effective education of our young and older generations and in achieving the outcomes we desire. We all have a stake in this, underscoring the importance of the collective responsibility and action. Madam President, this is how we change the status quo. Madam President, the University of the Bahamas celebrated in its most recent graduation 648 undergraduates and 6 graduate students at the Oaksfield commencement. At UB North, there were 53 undergraduates graduating, showcasing the University of the Bahamas is indeed the premier tertiary educational institution in our country. Madam President, I've already informed the Senate and the wider country that this year is UB's 50th anniversary, and I encourage everyone to participate in the activities as we celebrate. In the 2024-2025 University of Bahamas budget, it is estimated a $12 million increase for UB's strategic vision, which is expanding excellence, community and economic impact, supporting student success, international outlook, research and innovation, institutional leadership, expansion across all academic areas, educational expenses, maintenance expenses, capital expenses to facilitate broad campus improvements and start to create sustainable maintenance and refurbishing planning, technology equipment upgrades, including an IT network upgrade, upgrades to campus security and infrastructure. Madam President, this is how you change the status quo, and we are doing it here at UB. Madam President, allow me to shift gears. I wasn't going here, but some people bring me. The budget allocation, yeah, the budget allocation. I was talking about 2 things, and they shift my gears. The budget allocation for social services was $46,189,742, and it is being increased to $48,009,263 in this 2024-2025 budget, representing an increase of $1,819,521. This is significant, and we all know why social services plays an integral role in being the safety net for those amongst us that actually have need. Let me reiterate what the minister in that other house stated so that all Bahamians will know. There are many assistance programs that are managed through this ministry, in particular through the Community Support Service Division, which offers the following services: food assistance, burial assistance, major appliances, electricity and water, temporary shelter, foster care allowance, disability allowance for those awaiting NIB approval, school uniforms, disaster relief, medical assistance, and grants to non-governmental organizations. Madam President, the center will provide easy access for clients for services offered by the department, a fully accessible facility for clients with disabilities, a fully equipped disaster management unit and emergency operations center so that the department can efficiently perform its functions in natural disasters, because some would have us believe that we're not prepared for them. These are just a few of the programs. If you read fully, you get it, Madam President. These are just a few of the programs to be offered. Seniors programs, literacy programs for adults, job readiness programs, summer camps for persons with disabilities, adequate programs designed for all ages, climate action programs for all ages, increased collaboration with NGOs, CSOs, private and public sector partners, identity and rebranding of the community center, national pride campaign to engage residents and businesses and communities in these events, training for staff, solicitation of volunteers for programs, computer literacy programs for all ages. Madam President, unlike some who just talk, I am an active member of the Bahamas Red Cross for over the past 2 decades. We only have people who talk it and don't know what they're talking about. And I am elated to note that a substantive increase to this organization has happened in this budget. We went from an allocation of $66,000 in the 2023-2024 to a budget allocation of $500,000. Do you know what that means, Madam President? The Bahamas Red Cross is a cornerstone in our nation. We have offered unwavering assistance through the years and during the most difficult periods in our country's history. I don't need nobody to tell me I am on the front line. You know, some people just in here, they only know about certain causes because they in politics now. My track record speaks for itself. For 2 decades, we've been participating. Boy, their invaluable aid following the devastation of Hurricane Dorian and during the COVID crisis is unforgettable. Well, hey, man, let me stick to the script. I almost here. We are a reliable ally for our country. Another clear indication, Madam President, of how we are changing the status quo. Madam President, I recall some senators, and I ain't calling no name. Yeah, they asked about this program several times. They asked about a program called RISE, right? That used to be funded or partnered with the IDB. So the social service not only reintroduced, they had a pilot, now we having a program to reintroduce and improve. So we will be renewing, inspiring, sustaining, and empowering. The RISE is back. We are on the rise because we changing the status quo. The RISE components will include financial literacy. Man, listen, Cameron, don't mind the noise in the market. We doing the price of the fish. Yes, because you need consultants with technical expertise. We ain't minding people. People should stick to what their, profession is. You have people who right there talking, telling us what they need to do, and then we're so on the board and sell the best stocks that we have. I can't be listening to these kind of people. You have people who sitting in here talking about what we need to do and never do nothing where they was all this time. All these is community events you could be a part of. Let me stick to the script. Let me go back. Listen, the RISE components will include financial literacy, parenting, job readiness, and counseling. These initial components will assist persons in the program to achieve some level of empowerment. Madam President, I congratulate the Minister of Social Services for moving towards the establishment of a women's shelter. Man, people complain and they ain't even had the decency to put it in their budget. Man, the ministry has been approved to purchase a building for use as a shelter for female victims. Lord, they're giving me water. For domestic violence and their children. The purchase of the building should be concluded by the end of this budget period. It should also be noted, Madam President, that a second shelter is nearing completion and will be operated in conjunction with the Minister of National Security through the Royal Bahamas Police Force Domestic Violence Unit. Madam President, well, all this is the government name. Man, it's amazing. Madam President, let's talk, but the reality is here. The status quo shifted once the new day came in power. Others support the other team that do not have the insight to even place things like a woman's shelter in the budget. Now we will have one in a matter, like they say, of 11 days. Madam President, the social service also has strategies to strengthen families with disabilities by protecting disability rights, ensuring more access, promoting disability inclusion, and advancing equal opportunities. The Central Bank of the Bahamas stepped forward to include the blind community. They conducted consultations with the community of blind persons before the release of their new notes. Take out some money if you have it. As a result, the consultation, man, I gotta go to these big ballers. As a result of the consultations, the bank has included the embedded raised symbol that could be used by a blind person to determine the denomination of the note. This is important. Anybody has worked with blind persons know this is important. Now because they hire people to take them to the bank, now when you're doing your banking, you could feel the notes and know what denomination you are getting out or you putting in. We are making strides, Madam President. This is how you change the status quo. Madam President, ordinary persons need fire extinguishers. Just ask anybody whose house has ever been on fire. Man, I can tell you, my boss, Dr. Ayaki house was on fire. She wished to God she had a fire extinguisher. Madam President, okay.
You got next 20 minutes.
Madam President, before I get up to speak in this honorable place, I ask questions, I verify information, and if some shadow senators, whose name I'm not going to call, would do the same, they would know that social services does not release money without expenditure reports. Who name I call? What name? I say some. Madam, one good thing, Madam President, I sent you my speech before I got up to speak. And I said some. I made sure. I have to be careful, like I see some of the tricky people doing. So some. I say some. I said, and then I said they would know that the social services does not release money without expenditure reports. You make the inferences. When it is received, the money is allocated. Madam President, the Department of Gender and Family Affairs meets, listen to me carefully, Bahamas. The Department of Gender and Family Affairs meets monthly. They've been meeting monthly from 2012. I've actively been to the majority of their meetings. So any NGO can meet at the department, and normally the minister is here at these meetings, so I don't understand why persons can't be reached. Madam President, I just said, Madam President, contrary, Madam President, I would be remiss if I did not state for the general public that persons receiving assistance from social services receive benefits based on an assessment and a proxy means test by home visit. So the amount you receive is based on a variety of factors. You may be getting other support from your family members. You could be collecting pension from your job. NIB could also be contributing. That is why you will only get a certain amount from social services. Do not be misled by persons who do not do their research. Madam President, contrary to what some would have the Bahamian people believe, our economy is strong, and it's because of the work that is being done by this administration in partnership with the hard-working people of the public service. Under the leadership of the member of Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, the unemployment rate is the lowest since 2008. Man, 8.8%. This means that more people are gainfully employed now than before we had the major impacts of Hurricane Dorian and COVID-19. We must, as we are told, measure political performance not by opportunistic posturing or suddenly finding your voice and knowing things, but by knowing what needs to be done for your country. For the first time in decades, this administration is constructing new hospitals in New Providence and Grand Bahama. This is how you change the status quo. This administration is making affordable housing access for Bahamians. This is how you change the status quo. This administration is creating opportunities for entrepreneurs, including women and youth, to secure a better future. This is how you change the status quo. This administration has given Bahamians the option to choose between jury and bench trials. This is how you change the status quo. This administration has successfully implemented the Ministry for Disaster Risk Management, ensuring the country is equipped with a solid disaster plan. This is how you change the status quo. We have increased minimum wage. We changing the status quo. We providing hot meals for students. We changing the status quo. We have allocated funds and resources for farmers and agricultural entrepreneurs. This is how you change the status quo. This administration is making sure public servants receive their well-earned promotions. This is how you change the status quo. And that union agreements are current. This is how you change the status quo. Madam President, this budget. Madam President, this budget, as Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, the Honorable Philip Brave Dave stated, serves as a pivot towards a new era for the Bahamas. It reflects just how far we have come from under these 3 years and putting our country's fiscal house in order and keeping it in order. This budget for 2024-2025 continues to build on proven result-driven policies while establishing key new initiatives that will better the lives of Bahamians. The pillars of economic security and social security represent our vision of a secure, prosperous, and fair society. Madam President, this budget is not just about numbers. It's about building resilience and paving the way towards a brighter tomorrow. It's about all of us working together to create a better Bahamas. It's about changing the status quo and changing the lives of all Bahamians. Madam President, I support this budget that changes the status quo. Madam President, I pray that we do not have any hurricanes this season, and I pray that God bless us and God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you very much, Senator the Honorable Dr. Eurecia Hepburn Forbes, for your contribution. As many, the chair recognizes Senator. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Tyrell Young.
This is the reason, Madam President, you're doing such a great job in the Senate by getting us renovated and ready with a better facility. We have a lot of aged facilities and infrastructure in our country today. And Madam President, so is our historic buildings such as this great chamber we're in today. But Madam President, good afternoon to you, good afternoon to the Bahamas, and good afternoon, Senators.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Madam President, I would just like to take a quick moment just to go over a few things before I delve into this budget contribution today. Madam President, first off, I would like to say congratulations to our good senator, the Honorable Quentin Lightbourne, on his new appointment to the IDB board. This is a huge milestone, not only for Senator Lightbourne, but also for the Bahamas, and a role that I know he will do well in. Make us proud, Senator. And we have another proud moment here with another one of our great senators, Senator Reuben Raming. I say congratulations to you also, Senator, on your appointment as pastor to the Rehoboth Global Ministries. I received information on this from the great senator a couple days ago, and I was elated to see such great success. Madam President, on another note, I would like to extend my heartfelt condolences and my deepest sympathies to the family of Miss Doreen Hanna, who lost her life during a car accident in Long Island during the regatta weekend past. To her soul and all other Christian souls, may sweet Jesus have mercy. Amen. Madam President, Hebrews 10:24-25. And when those around you are discouraged, don't let them retreat into loneliness. At times, being alone restores us, but as part of the body of Christ, we are called upon to bear one another's burdens and lift each other up. Madam President, I think that verse is very timely, because during this budget season that we're in now, this budget and our Prime Minister shows that we bear our brothers and sisters' burden, and we lift them up when they are discouraged. Madam President, once again, it is a privilege to stand in this honorable chamber. I stand here because of the grace of the Almighty. I also stand here because of the unwavering support of my wife, Lisa, and our 2 sons. My dear parents, siblings, loved ones, extended family in Long Island and Eleuthera, for their boundless love and prayers and continuous encouragement. Madam President, I also want to thank our leader, the Right Honorable Philip Edward Brave Davis, Prime Minister, for reposing the confidence in me to select me as senator and allow me to lend my voice in this historic chamber. This esteemed member for Cat Island, Rum Cay, and San Salvador, Prime Minister Davis, has a heart of gold and a passion for improving the welfare of ordinary Bahamians. This is not just the status quo. It is the way he lives amongst the common man and the way he delivers on changing the status quo so that the average Bahamian can see, touch, and feel what he means when he says it's a new day for all Bahamians. Notwithstanding the many obstacles instituted by the previous F&M administration, this Prime Minister continues to make the right choices for a better life for all Bahamians, as evidenced in this 2024-2025 budget. Madam President, this Davis-led administration is working hard to fulfill the commitment to bring a new day to Bahamians, not by blathering and pandering to the media, but by implementing what he set out in our blueprint for change. Some of the major focal points of this budget are: 1, bringing our nation deficit down to a more sustainable level. Madam President, I would have the Bahamian people know that this PLP administration brought our nation's deficit down by more than $1 billion. $1 billion, Madam President. $1 billion brought down in less than 3 years. This is remarkable when you compare any other administration in the history of our nation. This is what a progressive government does for its citizens. Madam President, too, lowering the cost of electricity and making it more reliable. Madam President, this right here further anchors in my mind that we do have a prime minister who actually listens to his people. Madam President, the people have been crying, the people of the Bahamas, including myself, have been crying for many years on high cost of electricity in our country. But now, Madam President, the reason I can say that this Prime Minister is the best in listening is because this government is reforming our energy sector now. First time since it was implemented. We are upgrading and modernizing our electricity grid to ensure a reliable and affordable energy sector. Madam President, number 3, making home ownership a reality in our country once again. Bahamians are excited, and I can tell you because I have conversations with people as I am out and about, and people are excited when the topic of home ownership comes up. People are queuing up in lines at the Bahamas Department of Housing and the Mortgage Corporation, filling out applications for a new home built by this Davis administration. I would like to commend the Minister for Housing and Urban Renewal, the Honorable Keith Bell, and the Minister of State, the Honorable Lisa Raming, for the great work they are doing. Keep building, Minister. Keep building more homes. Build them faster. There are plenty Bahamians waiting. There are plenty Bahamians waiting to see if the next key is theirs. 4, youth sports and culture. Madam President, I am the furthest thing from being a sports fan. I don't watch sports. I don't play sports. But what has caught my eye, Madam President, what opened even my eyes is as a non-sport enthusiast, I notice whenever the PLP government is governing this country, whenever the PLP party is governing this country, sport thrives in the Bahamas. It is so evident that there is no way anyone can refute the facts. This shows that the PLP understands how significant sports is to one's nation and its people in many ways. Why? Let's talk facts. If it were not for sports, how many of our nation's youth would never have gotten the opportunity to go off to college? Think about it and do the math on how many people you know went off to college on a sports scholarship. 5, Madam President, education. Madam President, the school breakfast program is a wonderful program. This is a life-changing program. Madam President, this program is something I felt was missing from the social support in our public education system from I was a child in school. Madam President, I remember vividly my school days. It was fun. I used to walk to and from school, primary, junior, and high school, right here in Nassau. Rain, sun, or shine, my mother would never never let me stay home for one day, Madam President, like we say in the Bahamas. I had to be half dead not to go to school for one day. Nonetheless, it was a pleasure going to school. But what I also remember, Madam President, is the many days at assembly. The many days at assembly, standing in the quadrangle in the blistering hot sun that at the time felt like 150 billion degrees, as if the sun was hugging me. And during these many assemblies, unfortunately, many of my fellow classmates would collapse. Madam President, whenever a child fell out of assembly, came to find out 95% of the time it was due to lack of food, Madam President. It was due to lack of food. The child had no breakfast. Some of these kids don't even have dinner when they get home, Madam President. So when they return to school the next morning, there's no way we can expect those students to focus on an empty stomach. This is how crucial this program is. This program has touched lives. This program has touched lives of our people. This is what compassion looks like. This is what a government that cares looks like. During the former F&M administration, all schools were left sitting with no maintenance, no repairs, as if the F&M had no plans on reopening school. No plans, Madam President. And my good senators opposite want to stand on their feet in this place and talk about what was maintained and what ain't maintained. If they stop planning and start doing something, then things might happen. But this is why the Bahamian people made a choice in September 2021, because they're tired of planning. They want to see things done. And what this Davis administration is doing, getting things done. So said, so done. The blueprint for change is being done. It's being laid out. We're not just talking about what we're going to do. We already did that during our campaign. Now we are doing what we said we would do. Madam President, I find it so ironic that they went ahead and gave out contracts to build sidewalks instead of repair the schools, to get the school ready for face-to-face. It's just so many poor decisions under their watch, but the Bahamian people know of these ridiculous acts of neglect. So I don't want to delve too deep into what they didn't do, because we would be here for at least for the next few days, listing all of their failures.
Sorry, Mr. Terrell. Point of order.
Sorry.
Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable
Yeah.
Reuben Ramming.
Point
What is
of
the
order
nature of
is that Senator Terrell is misleading the House, and I vehemently deny that there were no school contracts issued and no attempts made to repair schools. I personally know firsthand that those contracts were being issued. For that to actually happen, schools in my constituencies were benefactors of those things, and the work had begun to start. Other than that, we all know historically in all governments, there's been lousy planning with school repairs. I think anyone with good sense have a problem with that, and the result of that is that school repairs, because of budget allocation, as Mr. Alcides knows, the money don't tend to get released till late, and most of the small contractors deal with those. So sometimes it happens later and it ends up continuing during the opening of school. And the final point is, there was a disjoint and the seamlessness of the school repair because election happened at the usual time right in school opening month, which was September. So I'd like him to withdraw that statement. He could restate it however he wants, but it needs to be withdrawn. It's just patently untrue.
Thank you, Senator Ramming. Senator Tyrell Young.
Thank you, Madam President, and I concur to a certain point with Senator Ramming as it relates to the time frame in which governments usually execute the school repair program contracts each year during the summer period. But nonetheless, and notwithstanding what Senator Ramming said, the fact is we were still under emergency orders and no school repairs were done within that year. No school repairs were done within that year, and no schools were ready when the new Minister of Education
Yes.
came in office. No schools were ready to reopen until
Yes.
repairs were
Yes.
done.
The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable
Yeah,
Ruben Rami.
same point of order, but this one with gratitude. At least I thank him for now interjecting the reason why it was not a full-blown, all-out, complete repair. Because as we all know, that is the point of order. And also, like I said, with gratitude. He was wrong, but he's also adding to the value of the reasoning that I state. We were all coming out of the pandemic, but repairs had started in earnest, but was not completed, as I was saying, for the very reasons he's trying to explain.
Thank you.
But sticking to the
Thank
point.
you, thank you,
that
thank
I-
you, Senator Rami. Senator Young?
Thank you, Madam President. I will move on because we realize, I think we both realize that what I said is true. Madam President, during the former F&M administration, schools were left. Sorry, Madam President. We are on number. We will move on to number 6 now. Tourism. The tourism numbers are reaching record highs year over year. Listening to some of the budget contributions given in the lower chambers by one of the opposition members, there was a negative comment about the tourism industry trend that concerned me. All I have to say to that is when I started campaigning in Long Island in 2019 for the last general election for 2021, I could have went online on Bahamas Air website and purchased a plane ticket to go to Long Island the night before and get on a flight. But now, as of last year, Madam President, if you don't go and try and book that ticket at least 3 to 4 weeks in advance to get to Long Island, Eleuthera, Cat Island, San Salvador, and Exuma, you will not be on that flight. Okay, Madam President. So when the opposition made this claim in the House of Assembly, I was astonished. I was astonished because how could you indicate or mislead the public to say that our tourism numbers or our tourism intake from our tourism numbers is not trending in the right direction, when I could tell you for a fact I have foreigners, second home owners, and their guests who call me on a regular basis trying to get some assistance because we need more airlift on these family islands because the tourism numbers went up and because we are making more money and because these Airbnbs are filled every single day of the week. We have car rentals that are booked and sold out year-round. So how you could make these insinuous, crazy statements about tourism numbers are not trending in the right direction, and we are not collecting what we should be collecting. In any event, Madam President, moving right along, all I say to that is the proof is in the pudding. We'll leave it right there. The proof is in the pudding. Check the numbers and check the status of each one of these flights going to Exuma, Eleuthera, Long Island, San Salvador, and Cat Island on a daily basis. Let me see you could go on Bahamas Air right now. Let me see if you get on the flight tomorrow. Let's prove it in the front of the people. Let's prove it in the front of the people now. Number 7, food security in the Bahamas. We are moving in the right direction, Madam President. This Davis-led administration is heading in the right direction. It's changing the status quo. There's a shift happening in our country now, Madam President. History is being made in our country, Madam President. We are moving in the right direction to increase food security for the Bahamas. Like my good senator just listed off, a whole ton of activities and measures being put in place in the Ministry of Agriculture to secure our food security. Major investments in this budget demonstrates that the food security remains top of mind for Prime Minister Davis and this administration. The work being done by Minister Jomo Campbell and his team at the Ministry of Agriculture is being felt throughout the entire archipelago of the Bahamas. The programs like the Agriculture Grant in conjunction with the Ministry, with the SBDC that has granted over $1 million in grants in 2023-2024 fiscal budget year, and is set to continue into 2024-2025 budget period. Make no mistake about this Davis-led administration. It's about getting positive results and fulfilling promises to the Bahamian populace. We are laying out our blueprint for change. That is our promises, our blueprint for change. That's what we promised the Bahamian people, and we are delivering on that promise. I stand proud but humbled, Madam President, by our accomplishments in such a short term. We're talking about, Madam President, if you look at what we're talking about today, we are not at the end of this 5-year term. We are only midway in a 5-year term, and we have done more than the F&M administration have done in 4.5 years in power. Tell me, what were you doing? What were you sitting in cabinet doing in 4.5 years? Nothing is done. Nothing is on the ground. Nothing is on the ground. The people want to see. You can't blame everything on COVID. You was in power from 2019. Before, from 17. Oh, listen. Oh, my Lord. Listen, from 2017, what did you do from 2017 to 2021? Huh? We know you all took a whole year vacation, basically. You all been fishing. You all been fishing. When the Bahamian people is looking for you all the work, you always out fishing. But in any event, Madam President, I stand proud and humbled for the accomplishments in such a short term. When it all boils down, it comes to great leadership. Leadership of competent ministers and leadership of our humble but brave, no pun intended, Prime Minister. Even if listening for a short while, Madam President, you must acknowledge that this administration gets the job done. It gets the result. Results. This administration is what you call result-driven, not planning. I therefore stand proud in support of this 2024-2025 national budget presented by the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, the Right Honorable Philip Davis, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you for your contribution, Senator the Honorable Tyrell Young. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Reuben Raming.
Thank you kindly. It's good to see you, Madam President. We missed you on a few occasions. I know whatever you do is always productive and in the interest of others, so it's good to see you. What's that?
The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michael Halkitis.
Thank you, Madam President. Thanks, Senator Raming, for yielding. Madam President, as we are approaching the 7 p.m. hour, and so as not to interrupt Senator Raming in his contribution, I move that the business of the Senate do sit beyond 7 p.m. Today, June 19th, 2024.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the business of the Senate sit beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many hours in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. The Senate will sit beyond the 7 p.m. hour today, the 19th of June, 2024. Please proceed, Senator the Honorable Reuben Raming. You have the floor.
Yeah, thanks again, Madam President. I was born Reuben, and I'm comfortable with that. I won't be assaulted if you call me Reuben. Like I say, I don't throw away the permanent for the temporary. So I'm pretty good. I'm impressed with kindness, love, and appreciation, even more than honest and title, but I still thank you in wherever scope you were sincere. You were sincere. Yeah, I believe you are. I believe you are. I'm Brother Russell. I'm ready. I'm praying for one or two, but I believe you are. You know, first of all, on a very, very sincere note, and I think it's a good reminder to all of us, because, you know, I had messaged our former Prime Minister, Hubert Ingram, some time ago, and I thought it unusual because, you know, historically as a Prime Minister, he has been known for being a very responsive fellow. I think it's fair to say he is one of the only Prime Ministers, and I'm not saying Prime Ministers aren't approachable or whatever else, that anybody could pick up and call his house in the phone book and could get him. That is a reputation that he has. And then I heard the news of him being hospitalized, and I'm glad of the end of the news, which said not that it was trivial, but that it was something he could totally recover from. And it causes me to remember what I've said to a lot of people. While you're alive, let people know how you feel and what you think. So when they're dead, you don't have to go up there and say the things that you refuse to say in the front of their face. Accentuate the positive and learn to eliminate the negative. It doesn't hurt, even with somebody who is deviant or acting untoward, to remind them of the good things about themselves. Sometimes you get more change from that than you can get from anywhere else. So actually, in thinking about it, I think this budget debate will be in honor of Mr. Ingram. I consider him a mentor. He was the first Prime Minister. You know, obviously, I was in a Lyndon Pilden era kind of person, you know, age-wise, so never know him enough, but appreciate him historically. So the Prime Minister I got to know first as an adult was Mr. Ingram, and I've always considered him very, very inspiring. And I hold him in such esteem, even though I barely bother him, but I think he knows that if anyone can influence me, especially in this arena, it will be him, because I trust his wisdom. And you know, one of the things that he has become known for, we have Sir Lyndon, that is the father of our nation, and we have Mr. Ingram, who would be the father who introduced transparency and accountability and made it a household expression in our country. And I add to that accessibility. I think it still rings home a lot to people that's saying that he has a say what I mean and I mean what I say. He was a man who was never afraid to face the music of a decision or skirt around and to avoid. He go headlong, but he always had and he still do have the skill to properly articulate himself, which more often than not bring people who are undecided or does not understand to his level of understanding when hard decisions have to be made. And quite frankly, and looking at this budget and this budget debate, I think I'll remind our people that really most of the budget is status quo. I would think, and my friend Michael Akidis could indicate whether or not, that really 80% of the budget is fixed in stone. I mean, it is what it is. It's going with the status quo, salary-based stuff. And so at the end of the day, the government has to flex with anything creative or new, or even salary increases and everything else in that 20% that is allotted within that scope. So we thank the civil servants who would start the budget process, I think, from March, and gathering all the numbers and crunching it, and for the work that they would have done in preparing this. You've heard it said a lot, and I mentioned to my wife, she said, everybody always said, I say, yeah, but I mean that this time. That persons would say, always from the opposition side, the budget is lackluster, say nothing, do nothing, you know, kind of things. I don't believe in those kind of all-encompassing statements. I believe it's my duty in life, regardless of where I am, to always regard the truth and lean as favorably as I can to the truth, whether it is a issue that persons like or dislike. Because in law and in defense, truth is undefendable. But in this one, when we had the lead, our Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, in opening the budget debate, and I was expecting that normally when the lion comes out, not you this time, Senator Ryan, being the leader of the party, that when he introduces the debate, you would hear things that catches you and grab you. But in my opinion, it was lackluster when you can, in a state where people are looking for relief, inflation, and all the stress that we have going on among ourselves, self-inflicted, internationally, externally inflicted, that you could mention duty-free or fire extinguishers as a point that to be highlighted, and that threw my whole mind. I was like, what? Your Prime Minister, in his introduction to his budget. And I was disappointed because I heard from the background the second most powerful person in the party, Fred Mitchell, was saying, I presume he was joking, oh, and this is an election year budget, meaning he was like sort of cheering for it. You know, everybody knows Fred Mitchell runs the government. And so I look at that, but here it is now. We need to, and if he did, he's now retired and he did. Now we're dealing with who's here. Yeah, I guess. And so what we need to do is to understand that, y'all don't diminish Mr. Mitchell, because each and every one of you, when you came in here, most of you, thank him for getting you the position in here. I listen. So don't discount when I'm calling him a powerful man in there. No, it's the truth. And many of the young persons who are in the House of Assembly also thank personally Fred Mitchell for his effort in getting them the candidacy and everything else. So don't diminish what I'm saying about the man. I speak truth. I speak truth. You know, the annual budget exercise is an all-encompassing one. This is probably one of the few debates that you have that the question of relevancy seldom ever come up, because the government, the budget expresses everything and touches everything. It may do it in figures, but it translates into lives change, objectives met, objectives missed. So that is very, very critical. You know, it is actually sometimes sad when we see with governments, when they move across, that so many of them seem to, at times, to forget that they are empowered by the people. You know, and PLP government and F&M governments are only nicknames. They're not creatures in law. So at the end of the day, the only government in law that is recognized is the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And it becomes a problem when we so heavily begin to make the nickname the identity. But it identifies the collective who forms the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. But our people is simply looking for governance. Governance. Because when we take office, we don't just represent the red and the white. Like it is said, we represent the aquamarine, gold, and black. And sometimes we find ourselves not feeling that when it comes around and as far as we operate. This budget and the actions of the government reflects a very serious issue for me and many Bahamian people whose voice I will seek to represent. You know, the Bible says something about wealth, money, treasure. It says, where your treasures are, there will your heart be. So what any man, woman, government seems to emphasize so much of, and I say above the status quo, we know education always gets the lion's share, national security, healthcare, but above that gives you a glimpse into their psyche and their privilege and the things that they really consider their true priority. I listened to our good Senator, Dr. Hepburn, speaking about education, and others mentioned it about education, which we are still not where we should be. And I remember the work done under the Minnis administration, which afforded free healthcare, free tertiary education across the board, better access to Commonwealth to UB. But you know, most importantly, that seems to be quieted. But it is most important, as I'm sure the doctor will appreciate, and those in education, that the younger we can capture our children, we can program them for success.
Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Dr. Eureka Hepburn Forbes.
Just for a point of clarification, I don't know if order, I guess for Senator Raming, the expansion from Minnis, there was always the tertiary grant. The only difference is he lowered the GPA from 3 to 2, and he upped the age from 25 to whatever age you may be. So I just wanted that clarification. There was always free education. There was always free education at the University of the Bahamas. I could speak to where I am employed.
Thank you, Senator.
No,
Senator Raming, please proceed.
There's always good correction, which still proved that he improved the educational system. But not only that, he also offered, he added the subvention for those family island persons, in order to help them to be able to travel and actually have a stipend to work with. So I was trying to summarize it, not being in ignorance of that, but because under the Minnis administration, it was really highlighted even more. And my greatest point, if you notice before I yield to you, was not even those. The greatest point is what I stand on. The quicker we begin to inculcate the exercise of learning and education in our children, the greater our success is going to be up the road. Too often we send to preschools, they just watch Barney and all these things, and then when they reach into high school, they had not been developed to learn. And then it's a struggle to get them where they need to go. So the highlight is the preschool program, in which maybe Senator Alcides Sadoz could speak to as to whether it's been elevated, whether it's been sustained, or whether it's been dropped. And that is so critical to what we do here in our country and the work that we do. But then there are so many other problems that we find here in the budget that, in the context of where your treasure is, there where your heart be, that causes us to wonder about the sincerity versus politics actions of the present day government. And I find it alarming because in that we also find a lot of wastage. First of all, we've seen, and yes, I admit many governments do it, but hey, you're the government now, and I said it then, I said it now. We need to slow down on how we review projects that have already reached certain critical stage. Because the millions that are invested in bringing some of these things to the point, we as a mature people need to make sure that when we do have to do something, it ain't just for petty personal political reasons. We've lost millions of dollars even with the removal of the central bank. We've heard criticisms across the administration of stop, review, and cancel. And you know what we fail to think, Madam President? That those millions that we're being wasted. And we talk about building homes and building places for women and shelters and everything else. If those monies were saved, how much more liquid we could have been to contribute to the things that really impact people in critical conditions. So one of the major problems we have in government is this blatant wastage and disregard of our money across the board. We get taxed it, we pay it reluctantly, and then it's not spent efficiently. We need to stop the process of even abusing our funds, even in our hiring. And I, for one, am one who believes in giving people chances and not judging a man's education by the paper he holds. But it's still a blatant waste when we overcrowd the public service, and by each individual we enter into a contract with becomes a static item on our budget for the rest of their life until they pass, in salary and emoluments and everything else. And then when we go to these ministries that find themselves overstaffed, the level of service is many times atrocious. We have persons who will sit down, look at you, and talk to you like you on the block, getting paid with your money. And even when you bring in your money to people who are being paid by your money to give the government more money to pay them, they treat you like you owe them a favor. We see many persons who, when you look at them and you see the cost of the job and they fighting to keep the job, when the boss offer them a promotion, you got to ask them, do they go there to get paid from the job or get paid from the position they're in? Because some people, the position is worth more than the salary. And we have that from high up, go straight down. And quite frankly, I mean, even one of the settlements that the government brought get me almost wondering the same question. What happened? Is your salary on the job not enough that you got to sue for something you lose? Did something you lose is something extra on your job? And let me give you this specific example. We have our financial secretary. He was set aside, had his full payment, had all his benefits, vehicle, phone, every entitlement. Every entitlement. And I would like to understand, maybe you could explain it. Every entitlement, Samuel Wilson. Maybe there's some other reason, and I'm just asking. You can answer it for me. But was any of his benefits removed? Not to my knowledge. Let me ask. Was his salary deducted? His benefits was removed? No, I think we can in a general thing. Now, if somebody is aggrieved, and this is the next one, if somebody is aggrieved, as when the Attorney General came into the Senate and we allotted extra $17 million for settlements of cases against the government, if someone is aggrieved, they are due what they are due, if you are agreed. But yet today, sir, I still know of too many police officers and defense force officers and custom officers and other persons who have had issues against them, won their cases, and there are some of them who are dying without the government doing proper due diligence. That's why I applaud the $17 million, and I was really hoping to see that there's going to be more money to do justice to the Bahamian people. There are persons who have had roads cut through their property because of eminent domain. And generations have died, and some are living in a state of poverty when they have plots of land worth tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars that the government took for airports or other things. That is a crime against the citizenry. And I say this across the board with no regard for whoever else, but as the government is here today, you have to fix that. That is criminal. That is immoral. That is unethical.
Say that again, Ruben. I missed that. What is?
When the government itself have judgment and liabilities against it, and is taking their own time and ignoring paying people what is due. But if you don't pay your value-added tax, if you don't pay your real property tax, the same government, because it really started, it was in law, but it started now, will go to your bank and say, give me my money and put it on their mortgage.
Garnish it?
And you'll find it out when you find it out. We've seen when the systems was broken down and we were having stress. I think it's working good now, right? And we were having stress during the time of the acceptance of revenues or business license. There was no leeway given, saying, man, you got to put it in. And the level of frustration was high because the system just wasn't working. I think there's one light I see, there are others. This particular light I see in the budget seems to be positive because in the line item for inland revenue, there seems to be allotted additional money for new hiring and hiring of contract workers. And if they are people hired on the level to provide the service that is needed, even down to receptionists, because we really, really need those persons to just pick up the phone. Thank you. Just pick up the phone, man, for God's sake. They send, thank you very much. They send emails to you with no way to call back. You calling back to answer questions when many times when you get the proper answer, you find out they're wrong. They sent you a general letter for your specific problem. So frustrating. So that's a good thing that there are persons that would be hired under Inland Revenue, with the caveat that if they are the persons to meet the service standard to better provide services for the business license department, to create a better and more efficient ease of doing business as there was before, even though it was not perfect. And I add that the system got worse because there was transition. Say, come on. Politics ain't no joke. It's about understanding and truth. Speak truth. But the cost of doing business is lousy. And I'm grateful for those things being able to help us in this regard. But one of the biggest issues that we have right now with this administration is a issue of trust. The thing with budgets, Madam President, it is just like Wall Street. As sophisticated as Wall Street is, it is driven on emotion, bulls and bear. If a bad story come about you, your company stock drop. Use the best thing since sliced bread, your company stock drops.
Yeah.
And then all they do is change the CEO, and if they like the CEO resume, they say, okay, stocks go back up. If they think a hurricane can hit you, they can go ahead and they can start dealing with those stocks in a way and what they call short selling and other things because they're preparing for these external shocks. The same thing is true inside the budget and even the budget debate. The Bahamian people, the investors, need to have a level of confidence that these budgetary estimates that are there stands a realistic chance of coming to fruition because the government has maturity, integrity, sufficient enough to ensure that at best they can execute what is in their budget, and at worst they'll come back to the Bahamian people and account for what they can't do. But instead, we find that there are a lot of things that generate a lot of mistrust with this administration. And that is sad. We saw on the line item last debate when there was the $500,000 allotted for the female shelter, and that was a big thing in the House Assembly, and that's good because we know battered women need a place to go. Bishop Hanschel and Candy and those are limited in their resources to be able to help and set aside these women from violent men or the situation that they're in. And so it's good that the government do it. But the 500,000, as I would have said then during heads, basically is enough to almost buy one little fourplex. So many times we take a drop in a bucket, and I'm not even talking a pilot project. A pilot project gives you a little hope that, okay, when it proves itself, you're going to do more. And then sing big kumbaya when at the end of the day, out of a whole nation who have a certain percentage of women unfortunate enough to suffer and create the necessity for this kind of love and service, you only get space for 4, and you're marking that down on your resume as so said, so done. And then it becomes disingenuous when the same ones go on and play the game, even though it doesn't matter whether you're for or against this particular matter of rape and violence against women, seminars and all kinds of things that cost some budgetary items to host these things and went through all the hullabaloo. Only when the thirst for the drive seemed to have waned to say what the intent was, it's not a priority for us. That's a matter, that's a serious matter of trust.
My Lord.
And on top of that, government have a duty of care for anyone that is in their charge to ensure that they operate according to the standards of the public service and the ethics of the government in itself.
Yes, sir.
So it's a darn right shame when we can hear reputable people, reputable women of strength, stamina, and integrity, as Belinda Wilson saying, aggressive things happen to her in the office of the Prime Minister. And today, we ain't get no response for it. That's a character flaw. Someone in your house represent you. And if you don't at least respond to it, something that seems to have credibility because of witnesses being there, and goes and answer in this climate of violence and rape, what that says about you, that's serious. That's as bad as the same parents who we throw in jail for harboring their sons who commit a crime. No, it is true. We can't have that when that happens. When that happens in our ministry, our personal integrity supposed to cause you to get to the point to address it. You address other things, which I spoke about, which is before the court. We're talking about a matter of trust. We're talking about transparency and accountability. I notice in the budget right now, water and sewage is under the office of the Prime Minister. We're talking about trust.
What happened there?
Look at it again. We got one person in the same position before the court
Lundy?
for doing something allegedly.
Lundy got nothing.
Then we have another person appointed by the same government in the same position publicly confessed to doing something that can be considered similar to what the other person that's before the court doing. One have the privilege of being resigning.
You don't know it. You know.
And the other one dragging before the court. We cannot have a country when there's one law for you and one law for me. Then if you could do that to me in the law, you're doing that with my money. Make me pay the money and stand up to everything, but I could throw the money everywhere I want and don't be accountable for it. I keep saying in this place and around and over again, you are in power. If you want to change a law, that's your rights. But until the law is changed,
Obey the law.
you have to obey it.
Obey the law.
It's even bad to see historically, and I agree with a lot of things I'm hearing, not all of it, about what needs to be done on the streets with these cars that are running around with no license and no insurances and everything else. But you know who's one of the biggest offenders?
Government.
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 Government vehicles, sometimes 3 months after the license inspection time, just getting inspection sticker put on it, decals put on it, blah, blah, blah put on it. I'm behind the scenes, but I would assume your money probably didn't get paid in the first place, but let you, one day after March,
Ain't no license plates?
you get jacked up. And now we're to the point, whereas it seems as if there are more cars than license plates on the road.
What's the truth?
Man, prisoners make license plate. Mean to tell me we can't even get free license plate made? They stop making it?
They don't make them.
They stop it? Who does it now?
I don't know. They order them. They don't come.
Or they ordering it now? The prison stop doing it?
Yeah.
Listen here.
Little while.
Why is it?
Little while.
Why is it that still now? There's a couple of things still now. Why is it that still now we have so many cars off the road? Let me show you something now. Let me just pretend that there's a legal. Let me just pretend that there's a legal thing. If a police make an illegal stop and find something that was wrong, is there a way under law, if he made an illegal stop, but find something that's wrong, that the person could get away with it? I know it happens a lot in the United States. Because there's processes to be received. There's no way, if you're trying to protect the citizenry, and you know the ones who are evil because there's so many cars without license plate, he even didn't apply, they gave him a letter. He busting loose in his car without license plate and doing all kinds of nefarious things. Even to this day right now, when we did not print the signs for turn left on green. 2.5 years later, after big debate about it, radio broadcast, everything else, still right now. I guess we ordering that from Miami too, or wherever else. We try.
You live in Long Island with 2 cars.
I heard Senator Terrell in his wrap up made a statement in his wrap up saying that this administration has done more in 2.5 years than the former administration did in 4.5.
Them sheep don't need no light.
All I want to do is ask one little question, because I don't believe in totality. I'm sure there may be things you did better. Thank God. And I'm sure there's a lot of things you're doing great that was because of what was done under the former administration. And that's fair, because every team supposed to create a pace that the other one could pick up from and hopefully have a chance to win. That's all it is. Government is relay. But I get one question to ask.
Talking nonsense.
Since Dorian, in the 2 years after Dorian, and the 2.5 years you've been here, how much houses y'all repair compared to what was done? I make no conclusion. I just ask the question. You stand up and ask, how much houses? See, some people don't understand. They hear what they're thinking and not what's being said. How many homes was repaired?
Not as many as we repaired.
Compare to what was repaired
Under the rest.
since the peak of Dorian, even under the former administration. Just a simple question.
they can
Ask
bring
about it,
the
mull about
numbers
itself.
up, not as
Because right now in this budget, you know, the $5 million y'all get allotted for it. All the people in Grand Bahama, the whole of Grand Bahama, how long Grand Bahama is? Long, 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 eh?
Long.
Y'all budget for 170 houses to get some level of repair. You know, you from Abaco, right?
Yeah. 180 miles.
Now, Abaco long. I've been, oh,
180,
Jesus.
180.
Lord have mercy. Y'all get 60 houses.
Yeah. About that. In 2 years.
No, now, in this budget, now, after all this great boom, great thing, 60 houses in the hardest hit island in Dorian can get these small home repair, 60. I asked a question,
more than 60.
it's for you to
More than
answer.
60.
Hey, I'm talking about now in this budget document. I didn't finish it. I asked a question about the past, I finished that. You can answer it on your own time. That's just a question. You're in a charge, it's a question. But I'm telling you now, you're only gonna do 170 in Grand Bahama, out of all the money in here, and you're only gonna do 60 in Abaco. I wouldn't even mention the other ones. And this is a serious different thing. It's my speech, I control it. You're being entertained or educated. Informed, educated, or entertained, eh? The representatives say, we invite you to join us. The thing about this is, we gotta look at where our treasure is and try to figure out where our heart is. Because when you look at these things and the poor judgment that has been allotted and demonstrated from even before this government and its current leadership came into place, it leaves you questioning. For example, you're going to get $30 million of the people. You know what, 30? You know how much homes you could buy and just give away? Just give away. Don't even give it. Give is polite. Give it away. Hey, take $30 million, build $30 million worth of house, tell everybody put their name in, slice it up, drop it in a raffle, and once you get a passport, name and passport, you can have it. You know how much houses you could build for $30 million? But instead then, the then Minister of Work, who's now the Prime Minister, pumped out in the Bahamas Academy right up there on Wolf Road with not even a land agreement. That's like breaking into somebody's property, renovating their house, they sitting there watching you pay $30 million to it, and frankly, you don't own it. And in response to that in the House, that's when we heard them use that infamous, what they call cuss word, according to the quote in the thingam. You know, when Desmond Bannister asked him that. And then you heard the term saying, you don't need an agreement for a contract to be valid. So I guess government has moved to the point whereas they go and say, and that's a contract. Because it's the same thing was stated with Oren Bailey and the roof on Oren Bailey. When the roof on Oren Bailey collapsed, thank God for protecting my Prime Minister. Because for all of us, we only have one Prime Minister at a time, whether you like it or not.
That's right, that's the truth.
And honestly, you know, I don't want him to fail. I may not vote for him, I don't want him to do, but I told my wife in the car, Madam President, we were coming down the East-West Highway around there, and I was talking with 17th Party, and I said, you know, if I see somebody coming to hurt or harm Philip Brave Davis, I will step in the way of that, even if it cost me my life. That was the truth. We should all be able to do that for somebody else. If Christ could do that for us, you could do it for somebody else. That ain't nothing special. That's called what we supposed to be. And if more men was like that, less women would get beat up, Madam President.
Greater love.
Because you're supposed to do that for the woman. You protect him.
Greater love had no man than this.
So that ain't nothing special. That's the status quo, how we supposed to be. And then I said to her, but you know what? I still won't vote for him. And I say that in the present because I don't know what may change tomorrow. You see what I'm saying? Because I always leave myself open. But I'm saying, as I say it now, right now, I still will vote, but I would not allow somebody to harm him.
That's right.
And honestly, I too have to be obligated to not let somebody besmirch him illfully. But brother, whatever you do that is true, you're going to take it. Because as leaders, you can't duck your blow because you're accountable to us. But it is so sad when we look at how things are going to cause us to have the question whether we can trust the operation of this budget and how it's going to go when we look and wonder again, where are your treasures? Apart from the waste of that money there, and you know I have a problem with John Canoe Carnival. The junk will come to blow a lot of money if it's pumped into the junker new. It'll be on a whole nother level, but that goes back too far.
Hey, get on the money
But
again.
when we look right now,
Get on the money again.
even at the issues that we're dealing with, I remember when they had the first issue related to the choice of the car that the Prime Minister wanted to drive, and I don't have a problem with that. Our Prime Minister represents us, so you should have a level of efficiency. But what caused the problem was it went so much back and forth, 10 different levels of story. What I'm simply saying, government needs to be what Perry Glaston Christie said, so done. And what Hubert Ingram was, I say what I mean what I say. So when you say something, people got to be able to trust it. If not, they're going to look at your budget and this projection cockeye, and they're going to wonder where I should invest, where I should stand, where I should be with something. So here it is now. We had a situation now at that time when we had the question of the Prime Minister's car. I don't have a problem with him having a car. That's me personally. I don't run on too much about that. And the expense, but all the unnecessary back and forth behind it, 10 different statements. Still after the end of the day, it seems like the PS catch the blame and had to tote the bag. But now we see here a situation now with this plane. And what I've said to others, I say publicly now. I say, listen here, the Prime Minister just need to just be straight and break it down. Don't break it down. Break it down so people can understand. And people can explain. So now we got a situation with a plane that everybody's actually questioning. The bantering is going back and forth with this plane for $2.5 million. And there was a point when it seems as if there was going to be an escape with the plane, but the more you look at it, the more you end up with some interesting questions. And that's all because why? If you just drop it like it is, then there'll be less questions to answer, and people will appreciate you for being straightforward. So now we get a plane that's here. To my understanding, it's here. Yep. And it's a King's airplane, $2 million. It was a repossessed plane, as stated, was confiscated by the police. It was confiscated by the police because it was stolen, right? Yeah. And in those process, you know, with drug running, they strip things down to the minimum. Not only just for weight, but also transponders need to be out. There's a lot of technologies in the airplane. So when they go missing, it ain't that simple. Something interesting must have happened.
Can you throw the books and records away?
Exactly, all the logs and everything else. So there's a possibility that may have been one of those ones. In menu, I just need to state for the record that the age of a plane does not always speak to its quality. You see what I'm saying? So even with an older King Air, you find that the operation mileage on those things could be really, really high at the end of the day. At the end of the day, what you're going to put into restoring, and I accept what Michael Alcides said, Senator Michael Alcides said, that the budget is flexible, it could be up to or it could be less. But realistically, I believe every plane in this Commonwealth of the Bahamas should be Prime Minister worthy. Okay. You understand what I'm saying? For safety reasons. Whether you go on one of them ones going to Andres, you know, up, down. Whether you going on Bahamas Air, up, down. Because the plane that carries your child should be at the same level as the plane that carried the King of England. So first of all, I'm saying you can't cut corners on it. And if the level of damage was done to it, it's going to cost. Now, some of those planes, like that particular one, have an estimated mileage of about almost 3,000 miles. Somewhere around there. That one have more than that? Whoa, that's juicier. Can I see it, please? Can I? I know I'm going in it. I want to it. Can I, please? Can I, please? It's our money. The minimal range of those planes is about 3,000 miles. A good used one, but $400,000, $500,000, and so on and so forth. This is a new one, so the value is higher, and that means also the technology is going to be actually a bit more expensive. At the end of the day, when you begin to look at those, a plane like that for an average of about, say, looking at somewhere in the area about 200 annual hours operational, you're looking at probably an estimated budget of about $230,000 a year, guess, in servicing that and so on and so forth and so on and so forth. Actually, in a sense, it sounds good because that's the case. Keep the BMW instead of paying the plane a BMW every year. You know, $192,000, that's a deal. You know, and the average mileage of that plane, high mileage, Superjet, high mileage and super rate. And then when we look at the annual cost and the daily cost of operating that plane, it could be somewhere in the area of like about $1,600 an hour. And we say we're going to use that for civil servants and shuttling. That plane better than what Western Air used to go to Freeport. That's better than what Western Air used to go to Freeport. You catch what I'm saying? You probably could buy a couple of them Western Air jet. That's my assumption. All right? Now, again, our prime minister should be in anything that is safe. But now we get this plane that be pumping money in $2.something million. We calculate the cost of that going down the road, and that's going to be used as a shuttle for regular personnel back and forth, so that they, as they were saying, it, quote, save time and money, because when they catch Bahamas Air and the regular charter planes, they got to stay 1 or 2 days and everything else, and that causes them to have to spend more money across. I begin to wonder what kind of maths these people use. Because for 7 people at a round trip average ticket of $150 to $250, you might just send them that way and you can save yourself this cost and so on and so forth, and just schedule yourself. You know why travel is such a big cost to the government and one of the biggest wastage in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas? You know what the habit of government is? They act like the money ain't theirs. If they act like the money was yours, the same way when my wife was planning to go to Greece, she booked that ticket so long ago, the ticket was the same cost as if she's going to Atlanta and back. But you know what the government does? Too often, and I'm not talking about emergencies and so on and so forth, they wait days, if not 2 days before this flight to go purchase tickets. You all know what happens with the flight. And I have no problem with ministers and appropriate people riding in business class. I don't argue with things like that. You treat people according to where they are. I don't ever have a problem with that. But the same ticket that if you know you were going to London to a conference 3 months ago, 6 months ago, if you'd have purchased it even as an open ticket and pay more, you can save the Bahamian people thousands of dollars per ticket. I remember, and this was necessary, when we were having the struggle with, remember, Bahama and the financing, and there was emergency trips had to go straight to China. I remember the former attorney general, sometimes she had to get up immediately, go straight to the airport, fly to China, because that was a critical deal. See, that's necessity. If I remember correctly, each one of those tickets was around $8,000+. This is not a complaint, because that was necessary. Could you imagine a lot of these trips, and you keep adding people and blowing them up across the board because you don't take time and plan the very trips you know about, and cost us all kind of money. And when you calculate the money that's spent and you look at the money that you need for other things that could touch the heart of people and make a difference, then you got to ask yourselves where your heart is. Because you could still do the same thing at the same level for less. But because it ain't your money, you see. Because it ain't your car, the government car, you drive it up and down because you know you can fill up the tank twice a week, so you don't care. We need to learn to look at these things differently and understand that we have a duty of care towards each other and how you operate. And that same jet, guess what? Could go from here to Bermuda without refueling. Interesting point, isn't it? Yeah, Bermuda is only 900 miles as the crow fly from here. I wonder. It may be interesting. But so it causes us to have to question more the reasonableness of this. Because with the two odd million, we could probably get a couple of reasonable stuff with that. And then not only that, we buying this airplane, right? But in the same budget is another, not another $25 million that we pay into Bahamas Air. Cash. Subsidies. If we calculate the subsidy of Bahamas Air over and over and over these years, and we take what that was and probably add it to our national debt, our debt will drop in a very substantive way. You can imagine every year 30 to 25, 30, and sometimes more subsidizing Bahamas Air. I do appreciate the necessity of Bahamas Air because we have to keep our family islands going. But if you're paying all that money in subsidy, you have a problem using it? Because somebody may be on the ground a day or two longer because they have to wait for a scheduled flight? Where's the logic in that? Hey, at least you know the day after they stay in Andres, that's money going into the economy. Some Airbnb and whatever else going forth. So these things raise too much questions in the eyes of us and the Bahamian people. What I want us to do and understand, man, these numbers and all this talk mean nothing at the end of the day if it doesn't manifest what you say it's going to manifest. We have serious things to do. We can't afford for any government to lose a cycle in the year. And I wrap up on this point. Senator Tyrell and some other persons try to talk about the minister administration didn't do anything and all the glory. Listen here, all I ask, speak truth. I don't demand it, because if you don't, I will speak it. The mere fact, if you don't know the facts after 2.5 years in government, brother, I think you need to resign. If you don't know the facts of your government in 2.5 years, you need to resign. The fact is, some of them, the question was, I think you asked a question about leadership, which is true. I don't question the question. Where a leader stands in hard times. In hard times, when our people in hard times, do you want me to sit down so you could burp?
Don't take the bait.
So I could what?
Don't take the bait.
What I say?
You say.
You hear me?
You say.
I got your attention now. Be quiet.
Thank you. Oh,
all right.
Okay, go.
Do you have a
Don't take the
pacifier?
bait, ignore him.
All right. Listen here. I just tell you. What is unparliamentary? What is, Madam President, what is unparliamentary? Madam President, let me ask you a question. Listen, Madam President, listen to me. When I'm in this house in a debate, yes, we all banter sometimes. You see me carry on like that? Did I do that in your debate?
No.
Do I do that? Hey?
Senator Raming.
Oh, no, first of all, I apologize. Hey, I humbly apologize. Can you listen for me to apologize to you, sir? Can you handle that, sir? Oh, you don't want my apology?
I say you can do whatever you want.
I want to apologize to you. Would you please be quiet so I can apologize to you?
Be quiet. Again, see, that's the mindset.
Can I apologize to you?
You think me and
Okay.
Order.
Let him analyze me.
Order.
Let him analyze me.
Order. Senator Raming.
Actually, I thought.
Senator Raming.
Until.
Senator Raming.
Yes.
First of all, you speak directly to the chair.
Yes.
First thing, Senator Raming. The second thing, the words that you used previously were unparliamentary, saying that, burp and pacifier. It's unparliamentary, Senator Raming. So I would do you a favor.
Oh, it's my duty to apologize. Would you let
No. Listen. This is how I am going to strike that from the record. And as you continue your debate, the cause of action that you wish to take.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Raming.
But regardless of the President's expression, I make my apologies to those out there for expressing a thought that was forced into my mind. And that should not be done in this place. But I do encourage, treat others the way you expect to be treated, man. I do my best to try to listen as much as I can. Yes, we all do back and forth sometimes. That's natural. That's natural because we're friends, because we jack each other and still smile. But there's an extent that is beyond, man. Come on, we're the upper house. But when they said the administration did nothing, there were a lot of things that were done, Madam President, that was unique. And that was so important. When your ship is in a hurricane, people will get battered and people will get bruised. You know what the priority is for the people on the ship? Keep the ship afloat. If the Titanic hit that iceberg and was still floating, you think those people would have died? Even if they had no food or drink, they would have survived a long time. During that time, when all the persons were being laid off, an unprecedented thing was done. I heard somebody, Keith Bell, saying, oh, where the money going for the debt? The government went in debt because that was the first time in the history of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas that any government had to inject so much direct cash into the pockets of the Bahamian people. You may complain about how it's done, left, right, and center, but there was over $1 billion injected. So much so that the Prime Minister made a statement where people misunderstood when he said, oh, have a heart. And some people joke about it, but that was after, Madam President, he had instructed the hotels and the major businesses, the VAT money you have for the government, we give you permission to use that VAT money to pay salaries, I think it was up to $400, just to keep the people employed. So some people think the hotel was getting their money. Really? And so he was saying to the other people, I'm doing the best I can, man, have a heart. Try hold the people, don't let them go. People was home, civil service was home. And you know what was so transformative? We as a tourism destination has had the experience when these same tourism people who play like they like us, hotel owners and everything else, when they plan the bail, who they is left? You labor unions, you union leaders, who they is leave with the bag in the hand? Some of them hotels for years before they pay you, track them down for years, 7, 8 years after they leave. So what the Prime Minister did that helped keep the ship of state aright was he suspended the labor law. Some complain about that, but what that did was that stopped the hotel and anyone else from claiming bankruptcy or anything related to that to get rid of you during that time, and it frees all your benefits and your state in place. He put it in stasis. So as soon as the economy bounced back, they had to put you back at the croupier with the same benefits, the same tenure, the same salary. They couldn't do what a lot of them like to do, pretend like they're renovating, shut down, fire all of y'all, and then hire 5 young people with no experience to replace you who've been working there for 20 years. These things happen. At that time, the foreign reserves was at its maximum. It was at a historical maximum. So much so that the very complaint that I think one of the senators here brought up as it relates to the Keith Bailey brought that up in the House, about selling the Google stocks and all those other stocks. That was a recommendation under crisis by the government and central bank, who said to us, we get some stocks that are still high performing, let's convert them into foreign currency, put it into the reserve, and bolster the economy. So when you all won the election and you all came in, the ship was still afloat, little damage to the infrastructure, and all you had to do was continue rolling in and bring in your plans. And less than 90 days before you could get your foot wet, probably in some instances only 60 days or 30 days before the rest of the cabinet might have gotten approved or all the boards would have gotten filled, you were boasting through Simon Wilson, the financial secretary, of a surplus. But yet things were so bad, I had to take my children to the doctor for things they did not like, not understanding that they was catching a flu that was progressing so strongly. And they got a needle. This is my last point. And they got a needle. And I remember my daughter, Rasheen. I took Rasheen to the doctor. What's his name, the one with the hairdo? Oh, Lord, with the white hair. I took Rasheen to... he's right up here. What do you have? Simmons. I took Rasheen. Simmons is my boy. He delivered most of my kids. I took Rasheen to Dr. Simmons to get her shot. I took her to my boy, Dr. Simmons. Yeah. Dr. Simmons, he good with children. Man, and he take this needle. The needle looked like that to me, but you know the needle was like that. Man, he jerked my baby. And the first thing was, I draw back. I say, boy, Dr. Simmons, when I hear my baby cry, I say, sorry, son. He said, I know. He said, that's why I don't like too much when fathers is around. They get jumpy. You know, people feel things, and they feel the hurt. But I guarantee, and I'll say this about Prime Minister Minnis' legacy, over time, as it settled back in, and everybody's legacy began to smooth out, and the temperament settled down, some people are going to realize that despite the things he did to make you feel uncomfortable and the mistakes he made, his good days outweigh his bad days, because most of his bad days were not of his making. With that, Madam, I rest, and I encourage the Davis administration to be brave. Face the music and kill the noise, because we need things to be done right. Face the music with BPL and kill the noise. Face the music with the question you owe it to the baby people and kill the noise. And let's, how do you say, march on Bahama land.
The chair thanks Senator the Honorable Reuben Ramming for his contribution, as many. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable James Roll Turner.
Well, good evening, Madam President. Oh, good evening, Mr. Vice President. Yeah, it's on. Good evening, Mr. Vice President. It's been a rather peculiar day, but it's an important day. You know, just before I get going, we just came out of Father's Day. And I want to say to all of the fathers here, I hope you had a good Father's Day and that you really felt appreciated during that time. Because, you know, I don't know how it is in Nassau, but in Grand Bahama, it's like the women in Grand Bahama believe that crab and rice is the gold medal standard on Father's Day. And then if you have the courage to complain, instead of getting one meat, you might get two meat, right? But you know, in all things, we ought to give God thanks, because there are some who did not have that on Father's Day. I don't normally speak across the table, but let me say, Mr. Vice President, to Senator Lightburn, that the country is very proud. And we continue to see Bahamians are doing great things all over this place. So this is definitely a blessed nation. And then I speak across to the Honorable Senator Reuben Raming, who was unanimously voted as the next pastor of his church. And that is a significant thing, because even in churches, you don't hear that thing called unanimous. There's always one or two who feel a little bit different. So when a man is selected unanimously by folks in the church, you know it's a good thing. I'll say to Senator Raming that those of us who are also men of faith will keep you lifted up in prayer, because if you thought you needed prayer in the Senate, you're certainly going to need prayer in the church. So congratulations to both of you, brothers, and continue going on. This evening I stand to support the 2024-25 budget. These are changing times and requires that much of the status quo also needs to be changed, because at the end of the day, whether you are a mother or a father, a pastor or a politician, an urban legend or a suburb resident, we all should be in the life-changing business in a good way. Over 2 years ago, when we began this new journey, I was one of those that was pleased that at what seemed a renewed focus on the family of violence. This evening, I echo those same sentiments, because as we move forward, it is very evident that we are led by a prime minister and a team that will not leave the family islands behind. You know, there is no monopoly on prosperity, you know. All Bahamians have a right to optimism. All Bahamians have a right to success. And I will tell you, with so many students just graduating, with so many graduates coming out this month, we have to be committed to equality in this, now more than ever. Because when you have another set of thousands of individuals looking for opportunities, there ought to be something there for them.
Yes.
We all know that when this current government took office, our country was facing some significant challenges. That is undisputable. Unemployment reaching almost 18% nationwide, but I will tell you, certainly on Grand Bahama, unemployment was higher. This was driving a lot of blood pressures very high in Grand Bahama. I can tell you that I had many friends that were going through all sorts of things because their blood pressure was high. Lockdowns were leading to devastating economic consequences. And we saw the negative consequences of children being out of school for so long. But I will tell you this evening, I have chosen not to dwell there too long, because the alternative news today is so much better.
Yes.
On the unemployment side, I'm advised that we are at the lowest levels around the country since 2008, at a rate of less than 9%. So that's encouraging news. I believe that private and public sector engagements are a good thing. And I saw how this government speedily and adequately embraced and advanced such relationships to the benefit of the Bahamian people. Today we know that in less than 3 years, our government has reduced our deficit by approximately $1 billion. And that's more good news. Do you remember that in 2021, it was reported that our debt to GDP was about 100.4%? Well, the latest debt statistics reflect a debt to GDP ratio now of 79.9%. So it tells us that in less than 3 years, we are trending in the right direction. All across our country, we know that our islands have special needs, and Grand Bahama, which still is the nation's second city, is no exception. I can recall my mother saying on many occasions, my mother saying to me, it is not what you have, but what you do with what you have is what makes the difference. I am reminded that Grand Bahama, with 5 FNM representatives, several cabinet ministers, a deputy prime minister, access to finance, all kinds of things. But they just did not yield the type of result that was required or expected. But this current government, with its eyes affixed to the success of all of our islands, are taking on the important and tough issues to ensure that no island is left behind. On Grand Bahama, this means dealing with the hotel. We know it's an issue. If it was easy, the other people would already fix it. So we still got some work to do. The airport, and of course the Grand Bahama Port Authority. These are the difficult things that need attention that the government is paying attention to. We know this issue about casual workers. This is a sore point in Grand Bahama, but we know that the government is tackling the tough issues. Every Grand Bahamian can agree that we do not want to be the example or the textbook case of insanity. We know that if we continue to do the same thing people have always done, you're going to have the same results. So we don't want that. Therefore, we know that we must change the status quo. So when this government talks about changing the status quo, we know that they're speaking of things that are relevant. There are reasons why I stand and support this budget presentation, Mr. Vice President. I often speak of the budget implications for Grand Bahama, but over the course of this government, I see them tackling education issues, health matters, dealing with the eradication of shanty towns, advancing tougher gang laws that affect public safety, dealing with these issues, among many other national issues that are important and of concern to Bahamians. Madam Vice President, I can tell you on Grand Bahama, we remain optimistic about the island's return to its rightful role in the lineup of the islands of the Bahamas. We have heard the naysayers and the confused, but the reality is that our new hospital facility continues under construction, despite the noise from several quarters. But on Grand Bahama, not only is the medical facility advancing, but we have also been advised that a new mammography machine is on the way to the existing public health hospital facility. Now, when you live in Nassau, it doesn't sound like much, but when you have to get on a flight with your family to come into Nassau for these types of things, it's a big expense, it's stressful, so it's important that we get these things on the family of islands. Madam President, sometimes when I speak about Grand Bahama colleagues, you know, some folks get all in a tizzy, because I like to share things as they are. Yes, sir. And it ain't, you know, sometimes it may not be popular. Now, I believe all of those in listening range know who our Minister of Grand Bahama is.
Yes, you gotta tell them.
And Madam President, those that don't know, I want to tell you that she is a little lady that packs a big punch. Wherever she goes, there's a presence. Minister Moxie has been working on behalf of the residents of Grand Bahama, and we want folks to know that we appreciate her efforts. And we are pleased with her and the Parliamentary Secretary, the newest Member of Parliament, Mr. Kingsley Smith. On Grand Bahama, this budget will work for Grand Bahamians. Yes. I can't speak for all y'all in Nassau, but for the family islanders, this budget can work for us. The Carnival Cruise Line Celebration Key is advancing. This will bring more opportunities to Grand Bahama, and we are witnessing the preparations that our residents are making to ensure that they benefit from the increased business opportunities. This budget ensures that they are not just servers, but we expect that when all is said and done, we will have additional new, successful business entrepreneurs participating in this Grand Bahama tourism space. The Tourism Development Corporation has a team that will assist these individuals. They're quarantining them, they're giving them information, and what's it costing them? Nothing. Nothing.
Just opportunity.
Just an opportunity. He certainly is. Madam President, education is important, and there is much attention being paid to education in Grand Bahama. Many students that reside at the very eastern end of the island, Sweetings Key, McLeanstown, and those areas, since the hurricane have been traveling some 35 miles each direction to get to school. Now, I gotta tell you, it's a weird kind of thing because, you know, when we think of the numbers, we say, well, you know, if it's a couple of hundred persons, you know, we do something a little faster. But the numbers wasn't that large. So some people, past terms, said, well, let's wait. But this government decided that enough is enough. And come September, the new McLeanstown Elementary School will be open. So when you put that in context, no man left behind. When you put that in context, no more getting on a small boat, coming to the mainland, getting in a bus, heading off to school, then when school is out, getting back on that bus, get back.
Prime Minister said, no man left behind.
No child will be left behind. So when we say we support this budget, there are reasons why we support it.
Tell us more.
Well, I want to tell you something. This will alleviate a lot of the stress on the children and the parent. Since Hurricane Dorian, we've been struggling with the very eastern end of the island as well, with internet and phone services. But we are pleased to say that BTC has upped the ante and they are now providing more fiber optic services to the eastern end of the island. You think that's not important? Anyone in here volunteer to go 24 hours without internet service. You will suffer urban withdrawal symptoms that you didn't even know exist. The fact that the Obadiah H. Wilskram complex in 8 Mile Rock is now open and functioning is important to us.
Yes.
The fact that even now we are preparing to break ground for a 50-meter Olympic-sized swimming pool at the sports complex in Grand Bahama is important to us. The fact that school breakfast programs have reached Grand Bahama is important to us. And the fact that housing matters are being addressed in the Garden Villas area, among other areas on Grand Bahama, is also reasons why we support this budget.
Okay.
Madam President, I ought to declare something, and I ought to publicly do it, you know. When things are bad, Bahamians talk and talk and talk and tell everybody about it, and the story never ends. So when things are good, we ought to declare it as well.
That's right.
We have witnessed through these budgets 27 labor agreements signed, increased teacher salaries, a needed welcomed breakfast program for children, curriculum reforms to make sure that our children get the advantage they deserve, free Wi-Fi in the parks, anti-crime initiatives, reduced food import duties, catastrophic health care programs are being advanced, the National Youth Guard. When I look at that, you know, when I first looked at it, I said, I don't know. But this is leading to disciplined and focused youngsters, many of whom have jobs that they would not have had.
And how much they have to pay for it?
Zero. Zero. We are seeing the promotion of home ownership. And you know, when I look at the senators in this room, most of you probably really can appreciate some of what we're speaking about when we talk about promotion of home ownership. Because most of you are fortunate enough to own homes. But I believe that every Bahamian has a right to own a home. So when a government promotes homes, that's a wonderful thing.
Yes.
There are many people. I'll tell you a short story. I remember when I first started working, boy, let me tell you something. I hope my mom ain't listening to this. Because I thought I was hot stuff. Man, I moved into an apartment, and boy, listen, I could do my thing. And then, well, hold on now, hold on. I could, okay. I could lock my own lock.
Don't get distracted. Don't get distracted.
Hey, we want the PG version.
I could lock my own lock. That's all that was. But you know, when you pay rent and you try to get a home, that's almost an impossible task. Well, that's what I came, like the Bible said, he came to his senses, and I went back home. Right? But I'm saying to you, I'm saying to you today that this government has advanced rent-to-own programs. When you can rent to own, that is a significant advantage because some people can only afford a rent.
I agree.
Increase minimum wages. The downtown Nassau redevelopment. You know, I got to tell you something about you Nassauvians. Nassauvians are a spoiled bunch of people. Because I remember for so many years we were talking about downtown Nassau. Rough around the edges, a little bit scruffy. Some buildings just look like you ought to push them down. But I have seen that they're reclaiming downtown Nassau and it's looking a whole lot better now. So we ought to say thank you to this government. Absolutely, absolutely. And he says he's coming to Freeport next. When we talk about the goose that's laying the golden egg, tourism, record numbers in tourism, I gotta ask you, what would you rather have, record low or record high? Record high. And that's what we have today. But it goes on more, you know. There are other specific reasons why we support this budget. Multi-island clinic restorations. Wow. Now listen, that's one for all the Family Island fellas. Because we know the clinics needed some restoration. And finally, Family Island restoration in clinics is taking place. Now let me tell you, I told you a lot of good things, eh?
Yes, sir.
But let me tell you the big dandy. The new hospital in Grand Bahama. Oh man, let me tell you, I saw plenty signs over the years put up in Grand Bahama. But we got foundation, we got construction, something is happening. So Grand Bahamians have reason to celebrate. And you know, I talking about Family Island today, I don't really want to talk about Nassau. But I hear y'all getting one in Nassau too. San Salvador, Family Islanders. Rent-to-own program in San Salvador. Can you imagine that? Wow. Nobody, no island being left behind. This is a good time to be a Family Island member. Yes. Now let's talk about the airport. The airport on Grand Bahama. Do you know that there's demolition taking place now?
Right now.
There's work going on. Really? And we are now looking forward to the removal of that which was old and the presentation of that which is new. So when we tell you this government is working for us, they are working for us. Madam President, it is clear that many things are now anew. Yes. Opportunity and prosperity lie on the horizons. Yes. Bahamians, yes, Family Islanders need only prepare themselves and embrace these times. I remember the last time we spoke about this budget, I think we were getting into about almost 2 years or so getting into this. And I remember there was still a lot of thought in our minds about the hurricanes, and we know we had a whole lot of rebuilding to do in Grand Bahama. And I remember saying to you all that I don't feel no ways tired because my mind reflected on that Negro spiritual song.
No ways tired.
And I kept that optimism. But you know, when I started today, something else came to my mind.
What come to your mind?
You know, James Brown sang a song and he said, I feel good. And I feel good today because I know this government is working for us. To my fellow Grand Bahamians and those residents on the nation's second city, I say unto you that this is your time. This is our time.
Yes, sir.
This is our time, brother.
I'm with you.
There is nothing that we cannot achieve if we work together and we have a government that stays on the path that this group is on.
No doom and gloom.
No doom and gloom. Madam President, I stand here and I remain optimistic about the future because all over the Bahamas, things are happening. I conclude indicating my support for this budget, which I believe clearly takes us to the next level of growth and prosperity, while nestled in that which is none other than our national interest. Madam President, I say thank you from the Northern Bahamas. Thank you for the good governance. Thank you for kind gestures. Thank you that we are heading in a direction where it seems that all will soon be well.
The right direction.
Madam President, may God Almighty continue to bless you, bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and bless all of its people. I say thank you, and thank you. God has been good to us. And of course, I support this budget 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable James Roll Turner from Grand Bahama. Thank you for your contribution. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Barry Griffin.
Madam President, we're in the final stretch for this evening. I hope you may indulge me and everyone here to stay awake for another half hour or so that we can wrap up today. Madam President, I rise today to represent all right-thinking Bahamians across our beautiful archipelago. In particular, I am pleased to represent every young man in this country who has a dream, who has a vision, who has plans to better himself, his family, and his community. It is my pleasure to represent every millennial and Gen Z who believes that beyond a shadow of a doubt that they made the right decision to return to the Bahamas after college. I'm proud to stand here and represent every young professional, every entrepreneur, every Bahamian who gets up each day to hustle and make an honest living in this imperfect but great little country of ours. Madam President, I am proud to stand here to represent Bahamians. So, Madam President, turning our attention to what we came here for today, I'll get straight to the point. I fully support this budget. Madam President, since our government came into power in September 2021, the Bahamas has embarked on a transformative journey in its trade ecosystem. Over the past 3 years, we have witnessed significant strides in promoting Bahamian products globally and diversifying the spectrum of goods and services entering our nation. For a moment, Madam President, I would like to address a matter that is in the daily newspapers today. The Bahamas National Statistical Institute released a report that showed a slight increase in imports and a drastic decrease in exports, some 40% plus. Madam President, allow me to contextualize this. The export data analyzed takes into account exports and re-exports. The main export comprising 24% of all exports was food and live animals. These are the fisheries products exported from the Bahamas. The decline that is noted in manufactured goods, machinery, and equipment in the first quarter of 2024 appear to be in re-exports. These are non-Bahamian machinery and goods that came into the country and were then re-exported out. This is the case for specialized equipment for construction and manufacturing, for example. So in real terms, Madam President, the export of what we would deem as Bahamian products remained steady. Madam President, the government, however, is committed to promoting Bahamian products on the world stage with a view to increasing our exports. And with this as a backdrop, I will speak more broadly about trade. Early on in our administration, it became apparent that our trade infrastructure was in need of modernization to fully capitalize on emerging opportunities. We met a Bahamas Trade Commission that, for all intents and purposes, was defunct. There was no promotion of Bahamian exports. There was no national trade policy. In response, our government launched an ambitious agenda to overhaul and modernize our trade ecosystem. Central to this was the establishment of a National Trade Facilitation Committee, a recommendation born out of rigorous assessment and consultation. It is also global best practice. This committee serves a monumental purpose for the Bahamas as it aims to modernize, streamline, and simplify the process involved in trade. The purpose of the NTFC, National Trade Facilitation Committee, is twofold. First, to enhance the efficiency and transparency of our trade procedures, and second, it aims to strengthen our competitiveness in the global marketplace. Establishing this committee marks our commitment to fostering a business-friendly environment that nurtures sustainable economic growth. And so, Madam President, I am pleased to inform this distinguished Senate that under the leadership of our Prime Minister, the establishment of the NTFC was approved by Cabinet. Since February, the various working groups of the committee have been working diligently to fulfill its mandate. The NTFC is chaired by none other than our Prime Minister himself, underscoring the high priority our government places on this initiative. I am honored to have been asked by the Prime Minister to serve on this committee alongside the Ministers of Energy and Transport, Works and Family Island Affairs, Economic Affairs, Agriculture and Marine Resources and Environment, along with our Attorney General, the Permanent Secretary to the Office of the Prime Minister, and the Financial Secretary. Together, we form a formidable team dedicated to advancing our nation's trade objectives. Under the NTFC, there are 3 working groups. These groups bring together experts from various disciplines related to trade, as well as various government ministries and agencies, ensuring a comprehensive, cross-ministerial approach to addressing the challenges and opportunities in our trade environment. Madam President, the Bahamas faces unique challenges in its economic landscape, notably the exceptionally high cost of living. We can't escape it. Our nation is often cited as one of the most expensive nations in the world. Last checked, ranked at number 6 for most expensive in the world, driving many Bahamians to seek more affordable options abroad. Some Bahamians literally fly to Miami to purchase goods and bring them back to this country. This phenomenon underscores the urgent need to diversify our sources of imports and create a more competitive market environment domestically. Furthermore, the concentration of supply chains among a few players in many industries have contributed to limited diversity, availability, and increased cost of goods. This concentration not only hampers consumer choice, but also inhibits price competition, which in turn exacerbates our cost of living challenges. The common response to explain the high cost of living is, it's because we're an island nation. It's because we import so much. Madam President, these are not fundamental reasons for the high cost of living. Many countries import the same things that we import, and much more of them. They import them much further afield, and they are much cheaper than our goods. A country that is landlocked in the middle of a continent without a port has much higher cost of imported goods. Wars have been fought to gain access to port for trade. The fact that we're an island nation is a reason why things should be cheaper. It is not the reason why things are more expensive. By comparison, Madam President, anyone who has traveled the Caribbean can readily see that countries with similar profiles to the Bahamas in terms of geography, income, and economic development offer more affordable living conditions. This disparity highlights the need for strategic interventions to enhance our economic competitiveness and improve the standard of living for all Bahamians. Many of the traditional levers we've relied upon to mitigate high prices have proven only partially effective. For instance, despite successive reductions in import duties aimed at lowering consumer costs, these savings have not consistently translated to the benefit of consumers. We've sat here for 3 budgets now, lowering the import on goods, but we've only seen limited success. We are determined to find the root causes of this situation and to do what we can to address them. Price controls on breadbasket items have had some success, but they do not get to the root of the problem. Madam President, the mission is clear. We must lead initiatives that swiftly address the cost of living and drive economic justice for all Bahamians. Through the NTFC, we will break down institutional silos and enable government ministries and agencies to collaborate seamlessly in achieving our trade objectives. Madam President, one of the NTFC's key policy initiatives is the Porterski Modernization Project, as announced by Minister JoBeth Colby Davis, under whose ministry this project will sit. This ambitious endeavor aims to transform Porterski into a world-class port facility that efficiently serves users, visitors, and facilitates inter-island traffic. I don't know about you, but I can remember being a kid, going on Potter's Key Dock with my family, getting conch salad, sitting down, eating, and enjoying Potter's Key. The sounds, the smells, I can still remember. Those are not the sounds and the smells and the environment at Potter's Key today. Potter's Key needs to be revitalized. And by revitalizing Potter's Key Dock, we will reduce freight time and costs, improving service quality and variety, and enhancing opportunities for MSMEs. Another key initiative is the implementation of a state-of-the-art digital single-window trade system. This initiative is already underway and will promote transparency and thereby bolster the overall competitiveness of Bahamian businesses. Madam President, this government is working. We are not a government of talk. We are a government of action. I co-chair the Competition Working Group alongside the Minister of the Economic Affairs. This Competition Working Group has been driving forward three main priorities: a Competition Act, a Consumer Price Portal, and import diversification. I'll explain what this means for Bahamians in practice. The first priority is to take forward the government's commitment in the speech from the throne last autumn to bring forward a draft Competition Act into law. This means that we will be able to deliver fair market conditions in the Bahamas. We've completed a thorough review of previous draft acts that relate to competition policy, and we've already completed a benchmarking exercise comparing the competition acts in Barbados, Cayman Islands, Canada, the United Kingdom, and the United States. This is to make sure that we benefit from the experience of others and tailor the draft act to our specific needs. Madam President, the second priority that we've been working on is the price comparison portal. I am pleased to announce here today that very shortly you can expect the launch of a portal on the website of the Consumer Affairs Department. For the first time in the Bahamas, there will be a price comparison portal. Any consumer will be able to go on the Consumer Affairs website to see and compare prices for breadbasket items across the Bahamas. These prices will have been confirmed by price inspectors at the Consumer Affairs Department. We are launching the website in stages. By the end of July, prices will be listed of all breadbasket items at various stores in Bimini, Andros, Cat Island, Exuma, Abaco, Eleuthera, and New Providence. We are not New Providence centric. This information will be updated regularly as price inspectors routinely visit stores. It is intended that over time, more stores will be added, more islands will be covered, and more frequently used consumer goods will be added for comparison. This tool will undergo continuous improvement and will be driven by usability feedback by the users. Madam President, sometimes we need the big changes to achieve progress. Other times, there are small tinkerings that we can do to achieve our end goals. This price comparison portal will allow the average Bahamian to see the best price of goods across our archipelago, thereby having their consumer dollars go further. Madam President, third, we are opening up new import markets to reduce the price of imports. I think the AG will like this one. Last month, the Bahamas Trade Commission led a delegation to Brazil. We met with members of the government of Brazil and with members of the private sector to lay the foundation of a new trading relationship with Brazil. Once fully established, we in the Bahamas may begin to import more goods directly from Brazil and to cut out the middleman in the USA. Many Bahamians may not know that we already import many products from Brazil, but through middlemen in the USA. As a result of our new relationship with Brazil, goods emanating from Brazil could be up to 20% cheaper. This includes goods that we currently import from Brazil, such as poultry, pork, beef, building materials, houseware, solar equipment, and much more. Madam President, allow me to restate that. Goods we already import from Brazil, but currently go through middlemen in the USA, may become up to 20% cheaper once we import them directly from Brazil. Madam President, and this is only but one market. We intend to replicate this with key markets across the globe. Your government is working for you. Going forward, Madam President, in conjunction with the trade unit at the Ministry of Economic Affairs, a comprehensive review of all trade agreements will happen to ensure that we maximize their benefits for the business community in the Bahamas. This will also include a business education initiative to show businesses exactly how to effectively capitalize on these agreements for exports and to ensure they are benefiting from lower tariffs. Madam President, we will demonstrate our work through real-life world examples that reduce the cost of living and improve the business environment. We aren't accepting our reality. We are changing it. We are changing the status quo. So, Madam President, trade isn't a word Bahamians are used to hearing much from their government. As I said before, the last administration didn't do much with trade. But we are changing that. I've said more than once in this place that the way to wealth for the majority of Bahamians will be through growing and expanding our economy and creating new avenues through which business can be done. With this as a backdrop, Madam President, I will focus the rest of my contribution on speaking to my constituents, the young people of this country, the dreamers, the doers, the young professional climbing the corporate ladder, the entrepreneur looking for the next big opportunity, the Gen Zer who is creating $1 million master plan. I'm frequently asked by young Bahamians, what does this budget offer young people? How does this new law benefit me? Well, I've meticulously examined this budget, and I'm eager to highlight the myriad opportunities it presents for millennials and Gen Zers to seize for their future prosperity. These opportunities span various sectors, including tourism, events and entertainment, entrepreneurship, and more. But first, let's look at the economic outlook that sets the stage for these opportunities. The IMF projects a robust 2.3% real growth for the Bahamian economy in 2024. Recent data from the Bahamas National Statistical Institute indicates a remarkable 22% growth in the construction industry, reflecting strong economic conditions and substantial investments in the private and public sector. The tourism sector has experienced notable expansion, fueled by increased tourist arrivals. Service industries such as hotels, casinos, sports facilities have all flourished. Household consumption has also risen by 8%, indicating improved economic well-being and increased purchasing power among Bahamian families. For millennials, professionals, entrepreneurs, business people across the Bahamas, this economic growth translates into unprecedented opportunities. Foreign investments are pouring into our country at record levels. This favorable environment means prospects to sell products and services, expand businesses. In short, Madam President, the PLP has created the perfect environment for Bahamians to make money. Now let's delve into some specific opportunities. Tourism remains pivotal to our economic strategy, offering vast potential for Bahamian wealth creation. The Tourism Development Corporation, TDC, and the Tourism Development Fund, TDF, stand at the forefront of this. These bodies, created by this government, are funded by a tourism enhancement levy and contributions from foreign investment projects. Let me state this and clarify this. This isn't money coming from our budget. What we've created is a situation that foreign direct investment projects contribute percentages of their gross income to the Tourism Development Fund so that Bahamians may use that fund to fund their businesses and expand their opportunities. Madam President, this government is innovative and we're not wasting the Bahamian people's money. These bodies represent groundbreaking initiatives aimed at increasing Bahamian ownership in the tourism industry. This is a game changer for young Bahamians. They represent not just opportunities for financial support, but also platforms for innovation and growth that plug Bahamians directly into our tourism product. The message is clear from this government, Madam President. Seize these opportunities now, for they are pathways to realizing your entrepreneurial dreams. Our Deputy Prime Minister, in fact, is in the papers today encouraging Bahamians to start tourism-related businesses. cruise passengers spend an average of $100 when they come off the ship, and stopover visitors spend an average of $8,000 when they are in the Bahamas. There is much opportunity to create unique experiences and services, not only to get part of that existing $100 or $8,000 from tourists, but to make them spend more, Madam President. 4 years ago, there were no tourists. The then government shut our borders. Now, thanks to our policies, we have record numbers of tourists on our shores. Young Bahamians take advantage of this. Madam President, I now turn to initiatives aimed at ensuring that Bahamians have greater control over our economy, particularly highlighting the Bahamianization of water sports industry as outlined in our current budget. Madam President, I was particularly taken aback when Senator Ellis expressed her disdain for the fact that I can only surmise that we've now Bahamianized or fully Bahamianized many sectors. Please stand up and clarify, because I wanted you to clarify when you were speaking. What is the issue with Bahamianizing our water sports industry?
So,
The chair recognizes Senator
Bahamians
the
can't have
Honorable
nothing.
Mike Lau.
I
Barnett
call
Ellis.
you Milady. I'm seeing things in the future for you. Madam President, the member is misleading. I don't have a problem with the Bahamianization. I have a problem with the increasing the fees 200%. Now, if they want to Bahamianize it and leave the fees as they are, I am perfectly fine. It's not the Bahamianization. It's increasing the fees 200%. But as usual, they are misleading.
Madam President, I'm
Thank you,
glad she
Senator.
clarified that, and I'm glad her support for our Bahamianization of these industries is now on record. So, Madam President, in this budget, we have enacted provisions that reserve commercial water sports exclusively for Bahamians. Specifically, only Bahamians will be eligible to obtain licenses for the commercial operation of all motorized watercraft. That's whether at a public beach, at a hotel, at an Airbnb. Only Bahamians can get licenses to operate motorized watercraft, including jet skis. This measure aims to ensure that Bahamians derive maximum benefit from our vibrant tourism industry. So to every young person listening today, this industry is prime for you to take over. There are many water sports that exist around the world that we do not currently provide in the Bahamas. Bring those to the Bahamas. And when I say the Bahamas, I mean the whole country, not just Nassau. Bring them to Abaco, Eleuthera, Bimini, North Andros, South Andros, Long Island, Acklands, and the list goes on and on. The opportunities abound. We have made this industry exclusively for you. You have asked for ownership of our economy, and we are giving it to you. Take advantage of these opportunities. Madam President, speaking again of Bahamian ownership, I am also pleased to underscore the immense potential of the fly fishing industry. Globally, the fly fishing industry is valued at a staggering $71 billion annually. In the Bahamas, this industry holds particular promise, as evidenced by data from Dr. Tony Fedler in collaboration with the Bonefish and Tarpon Trust. In 2018 alone, Madam President, anglers contributed an estimated $133 million to our economy through expenditures on guides and lodges alone. This sector, encompassing recreational fishing, contributes over $400 million to our GDP and sustains more than 18,000 jobs. That is a testament to its economic vitality. Recognizing the pivotal role of fly fishing industry, this budget includes provisions aimed at fostering its growth. We've expanded duty concessions to include essential equipment such as push poles, refrigerated trucks, and various aquaculture supplies. These concessions create opportunities to import these products from abroad, facilitating entrepreneurship through retail stores, online sales, and direct supply to local guides and tourists. This initiative, Madam President, also positions Bahamians as end-to-end owners of the entire industry. So to our young family islanders, this industry is prime to develop in your islands. There are opportunities in establishing lodges, in establishing fishing experiences, culinary experiences, and so much more. Again, You asked for ownership of our economy, and here it is, another industry that we have given exclusively for Bahamians. Madam President, this government is committed to ensuring that all Bahamians have a fair opportunity to participate in, benefit from, and own our economic output. Young people, this is our time. It is indeed a new day. Yes. And Madam President, at this juncture, I would like to join the chorus of all of our Senate colleagues in congratulating our colleague, Mr. Quinton Lightbourne, on his, what I would call his ascension to the IDB. Madam President, as young people watch not just us here in the Senate, but as they watch as the government pulls on various levers, I hope that they can see that a core element of what we do in the PLP is elevate young people, put young people at the core of all of what we do. The future we are building is for our young Bahamians. And so Senator Quinton Lightbourne is a prime example of that, Madam President.
Where they get the money from the Startup Launch?
BDB, SPDC, the investment fund, there are many opportunities for getting funding. So, Madam President, I am also pleased to highlight another exciting opportunity for young people in our country, the revitalization of Bay Street. I wish the mayor of Bay Street was still here so that he can support me on this, but this revitalization initiative only aims to not only aims to rejuvenate our capital's downtown area, but also creates fertile ground for entrepreneurial endeavors, particularly for millennials and Gen Zers who have bright and new age ideas that appeal to the social media generation. One notable example, Madam President, is the initiative by companies like Tin Furl. We all know of Tin Furl that flourished during the pandemic when they created a pop-up food truck at the food truck park at the Dundas Center. Well, now, Madam President, they are collaborating with the Ministry of Tourism to establish a vibrant food truck park in the downtown area. This project will not only enhance the culinary landscape of Nassau, but will also revitalize public spaces, attracting both locals and tourists alike. And again, Madam President, this venture is run by young millennial Bahamians. Moreover, the plans for green spaces and an art district on East Bay Street further expand the canvas for innovative business ventures. These initiatives provide a platform for young entrepreneurs to showcase their creativity and contribute to the cultural and economic vitality of our capital city. Madam President, I'm also excited to share with you our government's proactive steps in aviation, particularly our ongoing negotiations with several prominent Middle Eastern airlines, including Emirates, Qatar Airways, and Riyadh Airlines of Saudi Arabia. They aim to establish direct flights into Nassau. And so, Madam President, as we look to the future of welcoming more visitors from the Middle East, now is the opportune moment for young people to consider businesses that cater to this new market segment. Imagine the prospects for authentic Caribbean, Middle Eastern fusion restaurants, offering unique blend of flavors that appeal to both locals and tourists. Think of opportunities for new businesses that apply Islamic principles, Islamic loungewear, women's only restaurant venues for Muslim women, entertainment establishments that don't serve alcohol. New airlift from the Middle East, Madam President, represents the potential for a whole new industry for Bahamians to create and own. You cater to your pool. How many American restaurants do we have in Atlantis and Bahama?
That's the problem.
Well, you cater to your clientele. And so the point is, and this is exactly the point, Madam President, everyone may not see the vision. We were voted for in this government to enact the vision in our blueprint for change. Young Bahamians are asking for new, exciting opportunities. While others may not see the vision of bringing in tourists from the Middle East, we see the vision, Madam President.
This is one of the best I've ever heard.
Madam President, I would also be remiss if I did not acknowledge the work being done to advance arbitration and alternative dispute resolution in the Bahamas. This will be of keen interest to our young professionals. We have now appointed Bahamian members of the Permanent Court of Arbitration, well-respected Bahamian pioneers in the field, such as retired Justice Ruby Nottage and Dr. Peter Maynard. This affirms that the Bahamas has existing technical expertise in international arbitration and further highlights our potential to become a premier arbitral seat. We've also signed and entered into a first-of-its-kind memorandum of understanding with the Hong Kong International Arbitration Center, one of the leading arbitral institutions in the world, to collaborate on initiatives to promote arbitration. Madam President, this complements our work in trade, financial services, tourism, and the law, and this provides yet another opportunity for young professionals to develop in an entirely new industry. Madam President, since assuming office, our government has approved over $8.5 billion in new foreign direct investment projects across various sectors, heralding a new era of economic activity and opportunity for all Bahamians. This substantial investment is not just a number. It represents a new economic pie that each of us has the opportunity to partake in. I'll break that down for you, Madam President. That's $1.7 billion in Nassau and Paradise Island. That's $2 billion in Grand Bahama, $1.5 billion in Exuma, $700 million in Abaco, $700 million in Eleuthera, $850 million in Cat Island. Madam President, under which previous government in the history of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas has Cat Island saw $850 million in investment? Madam President, these figures underscore the diverse economic potential across our islands, offering myriad opportunities for Bahamians to secure their slice of this economic growth. Just last week, Madam President, the African Export-Import Bank hosted its annual conference in the Bahamas, attracting over 10,000 participants to the Bahamas, many of whom it was their first time in the Bahamas, Madam President. This event exemplifies our commitment to becoming the events capital of the world, having already successfully hosted numerous international events in recent times, including the IAAF World Relays, Carifta, Culinary and Arts Festival, and so many more, Madam President. But what sets the Afro-Exim Bank Conference apart is not just its scale, but the tangible outcomes that it brought. Amid criticisms for our government's international engagements, the signing of a $30 million facility for the Bahamas Development Bank, led by Senator Quinton Lightbourne, and a $2 million facility for the Afro-Caribbean Marketplace unequivocally demonstrates the value of our engagements outside of the Bahamas. These initiatives are not just about travel. They are about securing investments and partnerships that directly benefit our nation. I commend the Prime Minister and I commend the Minister for Grand Bahama, Ginger Moxey, for their tireless efforts in cultivating relationships in Africa. Minister Moxey's dedication, supported by the Prime Minister, has paved the way for the establishment of a significant trade and business center, the Afro-Caribbean Marketplace on Grand Bahama Island. This multifaceted hub will serve as a beacon for global trade, connecting African and Caribbean businesses to the Western world and solidifying our position as a key player in the Western Hemisphere's trade landscape. To the young people listening, Madam President, this is a never-before-seen opportunity that you can take part in. This is your government delivering on our promise to expand the pie and make you owners in your economy and not just workers. Madam President, I can honestly stand there all evening and speak of the many initiatives in this budget for young people. I haven't touched on the opportunities for home ownership. I didn't mention that first home ownership benefits are now offered to owners of triplexes. I didn't mention our new rent-to-own program. I haven't touched the expanded concessions on building supplies. I haven't spoken about the concessions for electric vehicles or renewable energy parts, Madam President. It's simply too many opportunities in this budget for young people, Madam President, to mention in one sitting. I literally could stand there all evening and educate our young people on these opportunities, but I won't. I think they get the point. So, to Bahamians listening tonight, no longer can you say you have a government that isn't listening. No longer can you say there aren't opportunities to have greater ownership in our economy. With this budget, we are changing the status quo and truly changing lives, Madam President. To quote former President Barack Obama, change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. Madam President, change is here, change is here, change is here, Madam President. And with that, I support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Barry Griffin, for your contribution. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Ryan Pinder. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michael Halkitis.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I want to thank all senators who contributed today and into this evening. We've had a very long, but I believe very productive session, and I thank all senators for their endurance. And Madam President, I move that the business of the Senate do now suspend until 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 20th of June, 2024.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House is suspended until Thursday, the 20th of June, 2024. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. The business of this House stands suspended until 10 a.m., 20th of June, 2024.